please stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Item number 2 is our invocation, and we have Scotland Stewart.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Let's pray. God, tonight we come into this place seeking your hand, seeking your wisdom, and seeking your guidance. I ask that you would be with our mayor, be with our council. May your wisdom reign in them, and may they seek your face tonight. God, I ask that the people of our city, as they speak their heart, Lord, that you would give them wisdom in what they say. God, we want you honored in this place, and we trust in you. We ask these things in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Item number 3 is audience participation, and it's on the video screen. We want to welcome everybody that's watching us tonight. Please silence your cell phone so we can have a nice meeting. And I want to state that there is a quorum present. Number 4 is consideration and action regarding the minutes of May 3rd. That was Janice England.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, these are the minutes of the last council meeting being presented for consideration and action by the council.
Okay, any questions?
No.
I'll take a motion.
Mayor, I move we accept the minutes as presented.
Second. Charlie Tucker, second. All for it, raise your right hand. That's, everybody's for it. Number 5 is recognition of members of the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, and for that we have Susie Victor Trevino.
Good afternoon, everyone. Also with me on this group was John and Jerry, so if y'all want to stand up and we can go ahead and get started. So I just kind of want to briefly introduce the Mayor's Youth Council and kind of touch base on what it is for those of you who do not know. The Mayor's Youth Advisory Council is a 5-month program. We meet once a Saturday every month. And we've had the honor to learn more about every department within the city of Saginaw. So we've gone to the police department, we've gone to the fire department, we've gone to the library, the rec center, city hall, and public works, and we learned a little bit more about building and planning and zoning as well. All of these different field trips that we've taken have helped these youth learn a little bit more about local government, which is a really good opportunity for our community to understand more about what we do. Today we had a mock city council meeting, so they actually got to participate and learn more about what y'all do today. So today we're going to recognize each one of these students for completing this program. And when I call everyone's name, if y'all can all just file up so we can go ahead and take a group picture at the end with everybody as well. Okay, so I'll just hand it to y'all. Y'all can give it. To the first one is going to be Cameron Briley. And then we have Kardev Goudo Nikoli. And then we have Drew Michael Garcia. And then we have Jonathan Stanley. And we have Carla Niloid Fuentes Maldonado. And then we have Kaylee Jones. And next we have Kelsey Green. Now we have Kyla Spurlock. Now we have Lillian McMinn. Maya Gasca. And Michael Adam Perez. And last but not least, we have Sparsha Akaria. So again, if we can all just congratulate the class of 2022 Mayor's Youth Advisory Council. I think we have your certificate. Okay. And then we have Cara Bell. But yes, we want to congratulate each of these students. They're all over EMS ISD, and if you saw their applications, these students are in gymnastics, they're in presidents of student council, they're in drama and all of these other classes and activities. They have very busy plates, so this is just one of the additional electives that they decided to do. So just want to congratulate every one of y'all and let y'all know that Saginaw is in good hands.
Did they all pass the class? Did they pass the class? Oh, okay.
They have successfully passed the class, yes. Yeah, so if we want to just go ahead and take a big group picture, and
Why don't y'all come down this
Yeah.
way, and y'all come down this way, and that way we'll all be in here with them.
Yeah, put the short ones up in front of me, Wayne.
Can you see? Can you see everybody, Pedro?
Except for Susan. Now I can see everybody. All right, ready? Over here. 1, 2, 3.
Everybody got it? Congratulations. We'll give them just a second until they get to them. Oh, no. Okay, so now number 6 is recognition of the Hollistein Career and Technology Center Advanced Audio Visual students for their efforts in live streaming the 2022 Candidate Forum. And for that, we have Pedro.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mayor Pro Temp and council members. As I think a majority of you were at the Candidate Forum this past April, where we live streamed that event to all city residents. And we couldn't have made that wouldn't be possible without the Hollistein Center and their students. So we want to recognize them for their hard work and dedication for that. Of course, Wednesday night, I wouldn't want to be at the rec center hearing a bunch of people talk. I would rather play video games. So I want to recognize them. And Mr. Kinsey and his class will come up, and Mayor Pro Temp, if we could take a photo,
Yes.
that'll be good.
Y'all did a good job. Y'all had my good side too, so I was happy with that. So.
Now then, item number 7, consideration and action regarding resolution number 2022-13, canvassing returns and declaring results of the general election held on May 7th. And for that, we have Janice England.
Yes, Resolution 2022-13 canvasses and declares the results of our May 7th general election. On that election, we had a total of 1,097 people that voted. In Saginaw, we have 15,270 registered voters, so that translates to 7.18% participated in the last election. Now I'll read the results of the election and the votes. Place 1, we had Charles Beasley with 367 votes, Larry Scheid, 225 votes, Paul Faligi, 373 votes. Place 3, Valerie Junkersfield was unopposed, received 838 votes. Place 5, Katie Johnson received 469 votes, Cindy Bighorse 529 votes. So the resolution just canvasses those results, and those are official. We received those from Tarrant County yesterday.
And so what action, do we have to take action or anything? A motion, okay. So I'll entertain a motion to accept the...
Mayor, I move that we accept the consideration action regarding the resolution 2022-13 canvassing and returns declaring results of the general election.
Thank you. And Charlie seconded. Everybody for it? Against it? They're all for it. Thank you all.
Okay, the next item is, per our city charter, we do elect by majority, which means a candidate in a race must receive over 50% of the vote to be declared the winner. In place 1, we had 3 that ran for that, and none of the 3 received over 50% of the vote. So the way that our charter is calls for is that the next step is to call a runoff election between the 2 candidates with the most votes, which would be Charles Beasley and Paul Faligi. Resolution 2022-14 that you have in your packets will call the runoff election that will be held on Saturday, June the 18th. Early voting will begin June the 6th and go through June the 14th, with the early voting up at the Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD Administration Building 6. And just to add a note for the council, due to the timing of this election and the requirements as far as canvassing, we may have to have a special meeting just to canvass this election, because there's too much time between the election and the next council meeting. So, but we'll have more information on that soon. But we just need approval of the resolution to call the runoff election.
Okay, so we need a motion?
Can I ask the question first?
Yes.
Did you say the election day, is that just at the admin building, or is that also at another city facility?
That is for early voting. There'll be vote centers throughout Tarrant County, just like there were for the general election.
Right.
The local place for early voting will be up at the school administration. On election day, you'll be able to vote there as well as the library.
Why do we use the library, out of curiosity? I mean, we have other buildings that are not as heavily used.
We have to have a building that has ample parking and access, for disabled and that sort of thing. And they come out, and we used to use the log cabin. A long time ago, we used this room, and it gets to where we've got so many things going on, it kind of narrows down what we can use and when we can use.
Can we use the community center?
We have classes going on up there.
On the 18th?
I don't know if on the 18th or not, but that's why we haven't used them in the past. It's a option, but it's not the best, because it's not secure once you get equipment delivered by the county, and then you've got classes and things going on and people coming in and out. So they're really picky about that sort of thing.
I was just thinking on election day, since we only use the library on election day.
Yeah. They chose that. They used it a couple of years ago when we moved out, and they couldn't use this, and they're comfortable with using it and have the room back there, and it works okay with the library schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now entertain a motion.
Pro Tem, I would like to make Resolution 2022-14, calling for the runoff election for City Council Place 1.
I have a second. Cindy Bighorse seconded. All in favor, raise your right hand. And we're all in favor. Item number 9, that's all I have to do on that one, right, Janice? Yes. Okay. Item number 9, the oath of office for council member Place 3 and Place 5, Janice England.
Okay, as we canceled in item number 7, or we canvassed the results in item number 7, and we'll call the runoff for place number 1, which we just did. We can go ahead and give the oath of office to place 3, which is Valerie Junkersfeld, and place 5, which is Cindy Bighorse. So if you ladies would like to join me down front, we'll give you the oath of office for your next term.
Valerie Junkersfeld.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
Or affirm. That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute
The duties of the office.
the duties of the office
Of council member.
of council member
Of the city of Saginaw.
of the city of Saginaw
Of the state of Texas.
of the state of Texas
And will to the best of my ability.
and will to the best of my ability
Preserve, protect, and defend.
preserve, protect, and defend
The Constitution.
the Constitution
And laws of the United States.
and laws of the United States
And of this state.
and of this state
And the ordinances.
and the ordinances
Of the city of Saginaw.
of the city of Saginaw.
So help me God.
So help me God. Thank you.
Did you want to get a picture? Did you get one? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next we are at the election of Mayor Pro Tem. So because we're having a runoff, we have the option that we can table this item until after the runoff. It's up to the decision of the council members what you want to do.
I think we need to vote now.
All right, that's up to y'all. I'm recusing myself from voting for that part, so it's you 5 decisions.
Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to nominate Valerie Junkersfeld.
Well, thank you. I guess we take a vote. Okay, so, what? Were there any other nominations? I'm sorry. Charles? Nick?
No.
Mary? Okay, I guess we make a motion. If you're voting for Valerie Junkersfeld, Mayor Pro Tem, raise your right hand. Thank you all. That was weird. Okay.
You asked for it.
Item number 11 is presentation of service pin to Councilmember Copeland. Can you meet me out front? I get the sticker.
While you are walking up there, we'll just let everyone in the audience know that Councilmember Copeland was elected to office originally in May 2017 and reelected in May of 2020. This is her 5-year pin.
here we go. Item number 12, consideration and action regarding a request for a development plan and change in zoning on 16.430 acres out of the H. Robertson Survey, abstract 1798, from community commercial to a planned development, which is multifamily 1. The property is located on the northwest corner of Bailey Boswell Road and Blue Mountain Road, which is known as 156, the Villa Saginaw. Ordinance number 2022-03. And for that, we have Randy Newsom.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. This item is something that's come before y'all before. Since y'all have seen it, they had 2 public meetings. And to present this item, Josh Eady is here if you want to take over and run with it.
Good evening, Council. I do have one handout for you. Didn't make it in time for your packet. This is just a copy of the traffic study.
I think we got that.
This is an updated one.
An updated.
Do you have a copy of this one?
I don't know.
So as I mentioned, good evening. It's good to see you all again. I prepared a recap slide just to get us all on the same page. So originally we were here P&Z the very first week of March, and then the City Council meeting the following week on March 15th. And then I've also put on here a couple of our public meetings. So the first 2 were held prior to the original City Council schedule. The other 2 were held after City Council in March. One of the requests that came out of that meeting, of course, and getting tabled to a future undetermined date, was that we have more meetings. And so that was something we were able to accomplish between March and now. We had 2 meetings, one in April and one in May. One on the west side of Saginaw at Wayside, and one on the east side here at Highland Middle. So a lot of this information is going to be pretty much the same as my last presentation. I'll hit on some of the high points, and if we need to circle back, we certainly can. You see on the screen, this is a map of Dallas-Fort Worth and all of our current projects in the metro. There's 13 on this page. The yellow highlighted box, apologize, it's a little difficult to read. That is the project site in Saginaw, which is just down the street on Blue Mountain from Avila Fossil Creek, which is operating today. The rest of these projects are either built or under construction in some phase of construction and or leasing. So all of these projects, all of the homes that we build across this metro and other cities in the country are all the same type. They are detached single-family homes, individual structures. The one-bedroom homes are duplex in nature. Brick and stone, hardy plank, cementatious fiber cement board. Those are the type of elevations that we use across all of them. There's some stucco in Phoenix, and there's some stucco in Florida, of course. But they're all available for lease. So we sign generally 12 to 15-month leases. So it's a maintenance-free lifestyle. We will cut the grass. We will maintain the property. We'll change the light bulbs. If the toilet gets stopped up, we have 24-hour service that will come after hours and plunge your toilet as well. So we have professional on-site management, 24/7 maintenance available after hours. During the week, during normal business hours, 7 days a week, we have on-site property staff. Once the project is stabilized, we'll pull that back to 5 or 6 days. Generally, we do have amenities on site. We have a dog park, a pool, a jacuzzi, some open space areas, barbecue grilling stations, and then every home has a private backyard, which is one of our biggest selling features. So a little bit about who lives with us. About 21% of our residents are actually over the age of 55. This is not an age-restricted community, but we do have a good amount of people who are in that category. Our 2 largest segments are generally empty nesters with adult children or young families with babies. They're not yet in schools. We have about 15% of our households have a school-age child. The average is 1, so we don't have a ton of children. About 50% of our residents are actually coming from a single-family home as opposed to an apartment. It's a little bit different type of renter these days. This is a very new product. We've been around about 10 years. That's really where the genesis of this product type came about at the end of the last subprime crisis. And so now it's becoming more and more popular. We have 4 projects in neighboring Fort Worth today. So This particular site we're talking about is the northwest corner of Bailey Boswell and Blue Mound Road. It's about 16 and a half acres. A big chunk of that is floodway that can't be built on. And so there's really, I want to say there's about 12 acres or so that's developable. And so that's what you see, the homes that are placed on. All of them are outside of the floodplain. There's no structures proposed in the floodplain. I mentioned 1, 2, and 3 bedroom homes. 1 bedrooms are designed like a duplex with a shared party wall. 2 and 3 bedroom homes are individual homes, of course. I have some rents on here. These are the starting rents, of course. $1,563 for a 1 bedroom, $2,169 for a 2, $2,488 for a 3. I can share, I mentioned our project just down the street on Blue Mound, Villa Fossil Creek. It's in City of Fort Worth jurisdiction. So the current asking rents at that property are $1,838, so a difference of about $250 higher, $2,377, about $150 or $180 higher, and then $2,450, which is about the same. And so those are stabilized rents. So you'll notice that these are proposed below that so we can push up to that rather than coming out of the gate setting too high of a bar. We want to ensure the success of the projects. We're usually conservative with our rent estimates. This is a site plan. Since the last time you saw it, this one's been improved just a little bit. You'll notice there's a trail connection there along the floodway that connects our entrance to the north side of the property where our dog park is to that trail, and then the reservoir there, and then the City of Fort Worth Park System to the north, and that goes down to the intersection of Blue Mound and Bailey Boswell to provide continuous connection to the sidewalk infrastructure that's there. One of the conditions on our last site plan at the last time I went to City Council was a relocation of a dumpster structure. That has been accomplished on this site plan. I don't know if I have a laser pointer or not, but it's been moved at the top part of the site plan. And I can highlight that if necessary. These are the proposed elevations. So the 1, 2, and 3 bedroom homes each have 3 typologies. We generally design these to match the neighborhood characteristics of the homes around it. You'll notice our project on a Villa Fossil Creek, which I'll show here in a second, that has a hardy plank siding that looks more modern farmhouse and a little bit different aesthetic. That matches Chisholm Ridge, which are a little bit older homes that have more siding and more wood. We're proposing at least 80% brick and stone masonry product here, which matches the homes of Creekwood fairly well with architectural elements, gables, corbels, some craftsman elements, and those sorts of things. Our leasing and amenity areas, these are just some pictures of a couple different properties. We have a resort-style pool that has a jacuzzi built into it on all properties, a grilling station with a covered soft seating area, a dog park that's split between large dog and small dog, and then various other soft seating areas and little pocket parks around the property. And you can see some of the backyards here. Our minimum backyards are about 10 feet in depth, but some of them, particularly on this site plan, are upwards of 20 feet in depth, similar to a single-family home in a traditional single-family neighborhood here. So this is the project just down the street, Villa Fossil Creek. You can actually see the top part of the picture. That water is the reservoir to the north of the site that we're talking about. This aerial faces south. The homes there to the right of the water, that is the Creekwood subdivision, and this is Harmon Road here in the foreground. This is another angle of the same neighborhood with the central green space, the looping fire lane, and then this site is actually very similar to the site that we're talking about, similar in size and unit count, density, and layout, the main difference being the materials on the outside of the structures. So a little bit about the zoning that's in place and why we're here today. So this parcel is currently zoned community commercial, which allows for a number of commercial uses. It does not allow for residential use. Here I am asking for a residential use, so requesting a zoning change. I did highlight one section of the community commercial zoning in the Code of Ordinances that states because of the more intense commercial use, care should be given in locating the CC district near residential uses. And so that is an adjacency concern due to the density and the height proposed by this zoning category, 110 feet and or 8 stories. This is a visualization of what a 110-foot structure or 8-story structure would look like. I call it the circus tent. I'll be the first to tell you that the entire property would not develop like this, but it is a good visual for what adjacent would look like. The future land use in the revised comprehensive plan calls for community mixed use, which does include residential uses and a mixture of uses. This is similar to the south side of Bailey Boswell, where you have, I believe, some commercial frontage, and then Pros is the name of the apartment complex that was built there. This particular zoning category calls for more intensive, higher height structures. I believe it's too small for me to read verbatim, but generally speaking, it's going to be commercial retail on the bottom floors, incentivizing office and residential above, and focusing the highest building heights, densities, and intensity along key corridors, which on this site would be limited to Bailey Boswell because there's no access to Blue Mound and the floodways there, of course. The study that you have was part of your packet, and then I also handed out. It's been updated. This is just one snippet from it. It's comparing, and these are all traffic engineer generated tables. You look up a use, it's very mathematical driven. There's no subjectivity in this calculation. This is showing about a 1/10 of the traffic that would be generated in a commercial development will be generated by our property. So you can see an average rate yielding about a little over 8,000 trips a day for a commercial type of project, whereas ours would generate about 832 at 118 homes. That's 5 or 6 trips per household that are scattered usually between peak rush hour in the morning and the afternoons, whereas commercial tends to be all day, and so that's how that tends to climb up just a little bit. Just briefly, I put in the letter of support from the Creekwood HOA, which I believe is already part of your packet as well, with some stipulations in there. A couple of our meetings centered around the Creekwood HOA before. That was actually back in October, and then since then we've had more interaction with them and trying to gain their support. A lot of those residents are here to speak tonight, and so you'll hear from them. Vast majority that I've spoken with have been in support. And really, and just in closing, I feel convicted in the approach that this is the highest and best land use for this particular tract. It's in line with the comprehensive goals to provide mixed residential uses for a varied approach to housing, significant reduction in traffic generation, height, and lot coverage when compared to commercial. Given the Blue Mound Road that's under construction, one thing when TxDOT does their designs of roadways, they take into account current zoning in those sort of calculations of service levels. So thereby reducing and downzoning from commercial to residential would inherently improve that traffic situation of that ultimate roadway design. The future land use calls for community mixed use, which includes residential uses, which this would qualify. We don't have a whole lot of school impact. We only have about 15% of residents with school-aged children, but yet we still pay school tax, of course. And then really the ability of this product to help citizens that already live in Saginaw stay in Saginaw, sell their house, remain locally for a period of time without being locked into an equity investment where we hold that equity investment still. So really that's it. I'm happy to revisit any questions or points that I did glossed over on this presentation, but thanks for your time.
Council, any questions?
I have.
Charlie?
Can you go back to the slide where you were giving the age breakdown? I finally saw that and then it was gone.
Yeah.
So you got 21% are over 55 and 50% are 40 and over. Mm-hmm. Okay.
There's a lot of 40-year-olds that make up that difference, if that's kind of what's jumping off the page to you. What's important to note is where all these numbers come from. It's from surveys. And so our oldest community in Texas is 5 years old, but not all of our communities that we survey are in Texas. We have national surveys. We have about 6,000 homes across the country that we survey every single year. So these results came, I believe we did it post-pandemic-ish, so I think the first quarter of last year. We haven't received the results back for this year's survey.
Well, what I'm looking at is the age variance, and, we're looking at kids or no kids. What kind of traffic impact are you really going to throw on Bailey Boswell down there? Mm-hmm. That time of the morning or evening.
Especially since it's gated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
the only thing that I can add, I can point out that's in the traffic study, and I can circle back to that slide as well. So if you look on this, and it's in your packet as well, the AM peak hour and the PM peak hour, that will detail about how many trips are within that window based on a typical multifamily low-density community at this unit count. And
do you know when these were actually done?
So traffic engineers update their, I think it's called NTE, or their tables every year. I think that's what all those little cables that go across the road to measure traffic impact, I think those tables are updated every year. So it's an index where you look up your use that some professional engineer stamps and says that makes sense. You multiply it by your quantity of homes, and that's what it generates.
Okay, and then everything in there is a single story? There's no two-story or?
The only structure that might appear 2 stories is actually not, and it's the leasing center. It's a little bit taller for landmark purposes, but there are no occupiable homes that have a second story. Everything is 1 story. The average roof peak is about 18 feet. We have 10-foot ceilings, and so 8, 12 rise over run. That's about how you get to that number.
Okay, and I got one more. The gate coming, well, I say the gate, the walking trail as it leaves the property, is that locked? And if it is, how are the residents going to get in and out?
So all of our common areas are fob access, and so I believe what you're referencing is the northern
Yeah,
part.
the one at the north end.
It's got a manned gate, an open. It's going to be a wrought iron fence, and so it'll have a gate that has a fob to control access in and out. So only our residents will be able to use that to go through the property. And the whole property will be secured by a mixture of fencing, either wrought iron. I think we're proposing cedar board on board with masonry pilasters. And I believe on some portions, the frontage on Bailey Boswell is all masonry because the wall in front of Creekwood is masonry, and we're proposing to tie into that. Okay. But the rest of that trail that comes around the property is public.
Okay. All right, that's all I've got.
Yeah, so I'm definitely not a zoning expert, okay? So I've been trying to get my head wrapped around some of this stuff. So I've heard a lot of things like mentioned we can build an 8-story building there. And I definitely have seen in the presentations where they talk about building a multi-level storage unit there. And I do know that some things require spatial zoning, I guess is what it's called, and it has to come before council. And I would appreciate it if I don't know if you know or want, maybe Newsom knows, I don't know, what can be built there without having to come to council and what can. So I don't think you can build an 8-story building there because you get into floodplain and things. But, can you build an 8-story building there without coming to council? What kind of storage units can be built there? Can I build a TV tower there without coming before council? I would like that straightened out for me and for my citizens. So the way zoning works in Saginaw and everywhere is you have a use chart, very common. I think I may have shared this with you. If you go to our Code of Ordinances, you'll find this use chart, and anything you pick the category. So in this circumstance, it would be CC, community commercial. Anything that has a P is allowed by right, which means requires no approval. It's zoned. Applicant, landowner submits a building permit, and it can be built. So off the top of my head, I don't know all the uses. Believe that a storage facility does require a specific use permit, SUP. The reality is, zoning ordinances everywhere are somewhat broad. And, an 8-story building, is that allowable? Yes. Is it realistic? Well, no. So think of general commercial uses like you would see along Saginaw Boulevard. That's generally what could or would be built in a community commercial. We have 2 commercial designations, community commercial and neighborhood commercial. The difference being neighborhood commercial is sort of like your smaller footprint commercial. So, a neighborhood convenience store, a gas station. An example of community commercial would be like a major retail center, so like a Walmart or a bigger footprint, big box type store. So community commercial, we did that so that we could bring in a Walmart, a Kroger, a H-E-B, Yeah, I would guess so. I think this property has been zoned and entitled in the current zoning for 30-plus years. My guess is it was zoned community commercial because of its proximity off of corridors. So, yeah.
Appreciate it. Just to add one use that is a P in that use chart, hotels are permitted in community commercial, as well as office, medical office, and some other buildings like that. And also to address the Kroger. So the seller of this property is here tonight. You'll hear him speak. They've had it for about 18 years or so, and so he was sharing. They actually developed the Kroger further south on Blue Mound. And so when that was coming up, this site was in consideration, and they chose that site over this site. But they do a lot of work for Kroger as well, and you'll hear him probably mention that.
Charles, any questions?
No, not questions.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Everybody, oh, wait, Mary's got a question.
Well, are we going to allow comments?
Yes, yes.
I'll just take mine for after the
Okay,
audience
yes.
comment.
Yes, ma'am, I will. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so this is not really a public hearing, but everybody that filled out a thing will get to talk, and you have 3 minutes, and y'all need to stay on topic, please, okay? And I'm just going to pick a number and call y'all up here, okay? The first one will be Katie Johnson. You're going to have to help me, Tom. Okay. Go ahead.
Hey, Mayor.
Can you, do they need to state their name and everything? Okay, name and address.
You don't know me by now? Jeez. I'm Katie Johnson. I live at 321 Sugar Creek Lane. So I live in Barcy Ranch, and we're next to Creekwood. So we will be affected by this. One of the things, I'm for this. I think this is a good thing for our community overall. I know a lot of people are worried about a lot more people coming in, and I get that. But across the street in front of those apartments, we're also talking about putting in retail. And we have to support them. And this will help support them. It will be walking distance for people. And I think given the other options that we could get here with a strip center or a gas station based on where it is, I don't want something like that that could lead to trash and noise and just also a lot more traffic, honestly. This kind of community is somewhere I'd consider putting my parents, honestly. And for me, I feel like this is the way to go with this particular site. It's not big enough for a really great grocery store, which is what I would absolutely love to have there. But it's just not big enough, especially with the flood area. So sometimes you have to choose the lesser of two evils.
Did you say there was going to be a strip center across the street from the apartments?
From what I remember, there's a strip center retail placed in front of those apartments across the street.
On the Fort Worth side?
No. The ones over by Highland Middle School.
Okay.
There's going to be retail in front. So we need to support that. And if you've got people across the street that can walk there that are millennials or older people, you're helping support that. And that's commercial, and that's bringing tax dollars. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one is Priska Kirk. Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Priska Kirk. I live at 8165 Timberfall Trail in Fort Worth. I'm the president of the current president of the Creekwood HOA, and we are in full support of this project. And the reason why we were in support of this project is really we are worried about home values. If there's going to be a strip center or some kind of commercial stuff going in that ends up staying empty, where's trash coming in, where we have issues with dumpsters, where we have issues with who knows what's going to happen, noise, the home values will get lowered because the homes that are there right now, it's going to be more troublesome for them to be sold. So we have to stand for our homeowners and stand for the home values that we want to keep. In addition, the type of income these people will need to have in order to stay in these places, it will support the whole commercial area that's going to be across the street by the apartments. So you have the apartments, and you have all of these homes, you have all of Creekwood, and it's all within walking distance. And hopefully, with a certain solid income, we can attract nice stores, places, maybe sit-down restaurants or something that goes there that can be supported, that don't just have a turnaround every year another restaurant or every year another store. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Jessica Dumoulin. I don't know if I pronounced that right.
You did a good job. It's Jessica Dumoulin, and I live at 669 Ash Meadow Circle in Creekwood.
Wow.
It's in Fort Worth. Been there for almost 8 years. I just think that the developer is showing that they really care about us as neighbors, and also the traffic is my biggest concern as somebody that gets to drive their daughter to school every day and that kind of thing. And I think that it's going to be the best option for traffic. And the path, I walk the path around the pond a lot, and so the idea of connecting that all the way to the sidewalk, I think it's just a really good idea. I really appreciated what they built on Harmon. It's really pretty. So I think that, we all talk as the people in Creekwood. We wish it could just stay empty. I mean, that's just not, realistic. And so I think this would be a great option for us.
Thank you. Tara Dans. Welcome.
It's actually Davis, Tara Davis. I gotta have better handwriting sometimes. So I'm at 1405 White Ash within Creekwood, and this actually bumps up against our backyard. So we've been really interested to see over the last few years what's going to happen there. We definitely heard storage buildings, didn't like that idea. We saw the retail wasn't happy about it, but I was like, well, if it can't stay empty, something's going to happen. When we heard this proposal, we actually got a little bit excited considering the options that we had. Once again, sharing our backyard. We love the Creekwood community. It has a great, safe community feel, and that feels like it's going to be an extension to that. So we can look at our backyard and not stare at a gas station that has constant people going in and out, but we have neighbors, and neighbors that are going to assist our community and be a great asset. And also the traffic. It was a big concern of mine. Any kind of gas station, fast food, it has nonstop traffic going. If we had homes, that slows down a good bit. Also with trash, someone mentioned, I really don't want that building up, in our backyard. Also with noise, that comes a lot with retail. Obviously it does with more neighbors, but it's a whole different type of noise. So we really feel that this would be the best option for our community.
Thank you. John Pete.
Well, congratulate y'all on your re-elections.
Thank you.
And it's basically...
We need your name and address.
Oh, yeah. John Pete, P-E-E-T, 644 Fox Run Trail, Saginaw, 76179.
Thank you.
I want to thank you all for coming. Third time I've listened to this presentation, and basically they're offering you a hybrid rental. You're inviting population density. And other Saginaw citizen, resident, voter, man, the one that butts up against it, well, they knew it when they bought it, so they probably got a discount on their lot. Is that true? That may be so. But they knew what they were buying when they bought their house. Okay? So I'm sympathetic to them. When I bought my house, I had 5 rows behind me that were empty. I thought I might be able to buy the same lot. Nope, they said they're putting up their next house. Keep it the way it is. You can get it rezoned, get everybody happy. But you're asking for population density that we probably don't need. Those apartment buildings are vacant and a lot more. So yeah, kick it, rezone it, and make everybody happy. But this is why we elect you for $25 a meeting, and you guys get to make the hard decisions, but you get to listen to us all. And just remember, we're still in an election, but it only takes 500 signatures to get a petition going. And no matter who votes, they vote. 500 signatures. That's all you need. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Gay C.A.
My name is Gay C. I live at 1425 White Ash. My house is the seventh house down White Ash. My backyard, whatever they put back there, I'm going to see it every day. I think this is the better choice. I don't want to see a high-rise commercial, and I know Josh has worked with us, the ones that had concerns. They did relocate the dumpster that was located directly behind my fence. So I think he is considerate of the residents in Creekwood, and I would prefer a one-story homes instead of commercial, high-rise, three-story, that sort of thing. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Miller.
Hi, my name is Dana Miller, and this is in my backyard as well. I'm at 1401 White Ash Street. Yes, we talked. And this is just the best of all evils. I mean, I prefer not to have a Walmart or a storage place behind me. A nice gated community, it is the less of all evils. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Newhouse. Randall Lloyd.
Yes, my name is Randy Lloyd. I live at 905 Hemlock Trail, and I looked at this operation that they're going to do with all the homes, and I think it's a great idea. It's better than a gas station. It's better than a Walmart. It's better than a lot of other things. I also did some research on the company itself, and it's not a publicly traded company. It's a privately held company, and they have many locations for these homes, and they have a good reputation. I want to let you know, nobody has said anything about the company itself, but they are reliable. But I just think that this is a good idea. It's better than storage, better than any of the commercial. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Pete. She left too. Okay. So I guess on number 12, we need to take a motion. What? Mary? I'm sorry, Mary.
Yes, I made it clear when this came before us in March that I was opposed to this request, and I have not changed my mind. And the reason I am opposed to the request is simply a zoning question. The zoning that is in place right now is much more appropriate than the zoning that is being asked to be changed to. You do not put single-family homes, whether they are for rent or for owner-occupied, fronting a state highway. We have very little vacant land left in Saginaw, and we want to be very careful what we decide to put in these vacant properties. And we want to take advantage of that frontage on a state highway to put something. We approved a master comprehensive plan 2 or 3 months ago that the land use is suggested to be community commercial mixed. And the applicant made it sound like that, that can include residential. So it's, like it could be all residential. Mixed means it's one component. Mixed means you have some commercial, you have some residential, you have some restaurants. I think a good compromise would be neighborhood commercial mixed. This is much less intense commercial use. And these are your mom and pops. There could be a few of these rental units in there. There could be some office buildings. This is more appropriate for land that is fronting a state highway that is very heavily traveled and will continue to be more heavily traveled as this construction is finished. I would have to disagree with the applicant that his proposal would be the highest and best use for this particular parcel. I disagree with that. It is not the highest and best use. We have recently hired a professional city planner to go through the few vacant properties we have left in Saginaw to make a best assessment of what should be placed there. 2 or 3 meetings ago, we turned down a similar project with the reasoning being we want to let this planner look at these parcels. And we as the city council, with the advice of the planner, will look at these vacant parcels and decide what is best on all, what is the best land use. And if that would require a zoning change, we can initiate a city zoning change. The other thing I want to say is this is a pattern. People who are talked into being in favor of these projects do it out of fear. What we should be deciding on is what has come before us tonight. Nobody can predict what may or may not come there in the future. We already know a storage facility requires a specific use permit. That's up to this body. I don't believe this body would ever approve that next to single-family homes. So, in the comprehensive plan, I believe it has a limit anywhere in Saginaw of 4 stories. So they're being frightened into being led into thinking, oh dear, Walmart, oh dear, 10-story something or other. No. If this passes, I also looked at the development plan, and if this passes, the development plan, of course, would want to be approved because that would be the only tool the city would have to be able to, have some control over how it is developed. But there were 2 items in the development plan that were very vague, and I wanted to point those out. The gateway signage, that's a good add. That would be good, if in fact this is approved. But it says, and I have quotes here, that will be accomplished to the extent it is commercially reasonable. That's a very gray area. That has a lot of wiggle room there. That is saying, well, if we don't find that commercially reasonable, we're not going to do that. So what's the definition of being commercially reasonable? And the other development plan element is the nature trail connection. If I were for this project, which I am not, of course I would want nature trails. And once again, quote, they will make commercially reasonable efforts to do this. That gives them an out. So I think if this body does vote for this, you have to understand there are some problems with the development plan. You may not get everything that's in there. And so I would just urge my fellow council members to just look at this objectively. What has come before us? What is the decision we're being asked to make tonight, without regard to some monster building that supposedly could happen there, which never would. So we don't need to make our decisions based on fear. We need to make our decisions based on what is being presented, what is being asked for.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Since I'm placed first, I want to It should go that way.
Can
No.
I ask the lawyer?
I want to say some stuff. So I've been involved in these community meetings with this particular project, as well as the one down on McLeroy, and both kind of different circumstances. This project, I met several residents and family members. I've had people threaten me. Well, not threaten me, but one guy said, if any council member votes on this project, he's going to campaign for their competitor that day. You know, I had another person that I don't even think lives in this neighborhood tell me, Charles, you don't represent me, and you need to stop the growth and stop the growth. And I talked to one husband and wife. As soon as I said, what is your opinion on this? Both of them started crying. Like, they don't want it. They don't want it. And I'm like, wow. You know, I've talked to one lady who said, I think she was joking, but I don't know. She said, if this was to be a strip center, and if they put a bar right here, and I can walk out of my back gate and go to the bar, I'll be happy. That might be okay. You know, I think she was joking, but that's just some of the conversations I was hearing. Other families was very dead set against the schools. They worried about the school being overpopulated, and one guy, he volunteers at the school, and he's worried about the influx of children coming to the school. I know the numbers the developer has is pretty low as far as the impact of the schools, but, you know, there is a lot of frustration about that as well. You know, then I think one guy was telling me how the traffic, everybody was talking about traffic. And then we have the unknowns. Yes, we have these traffic studies done, but there's the unknowns because we have this apartment complex that's not populated yet. We have Belt Mill going, we have the square going, and all of these are going to impact the traffic all over there. You know, I was a little torn today just because I'm hearing a lot of people are kind of for it. You know, I was like, where are the people that were against it? I don't know if they're here or didn't get a chance to speak, you know. But like I said, this situation was a little different than the one on McLeroy, where on McLeroy, the residents were working with the developer. They were okay with the housing going in, and they worked with the developer to get what they wanted from the developer, versus this project is, you know, it's kind of, like Mary was saying, it's kind of threatening us with something that, you know, could possibly go there, but, you know, we just don't know. So, you know, I was pretty much, you know, just there to listen. I came to those meetings to listen. I wanted to hear from the residents. I wanted to hear what they had to say, what their input was, and that's what I did. So when I vote on this, I'm going to vote on based on that. Now, one thing I did hear from the residents was the Kroger is no good for them, because the Kroger is always out of food. So one guy was like, it would be nice to have some little grocery store here that, you know, we can go shopping and actually get food. And another thing I found out was even that whole area over there is kind of neglected by Saginaw. We don't pay attention to it, or, you know, like I said, they are going to these grocery stores that don't have much food, and we don't get over there. And I don't know if anybody lives in that besides Nikki lives down that way, but we don't know about the traffic and those different things like that. And I mean, when he told me he can go to the grocery store and couldn't really find eggs, I was like, wow, that's crazy, you know. So I talked to a lot of people, met a lot of nice people, and listened to everybody's concerns. So, you know, when I vote on this, I'm going to vote based off of those things I've heard from these residents.
Very good. Nick?
Yeah. So, again, I'm not a lot of things, and one of them is I'm not a lawyer, but I have learned in my short time on council that I'm not a lawyer. So, the way she worded that, you're the expert. Is there any teeth in that? I mean, the two wordings, the two areas. I mean, is there anything enforceable there? I mean, or does that give them kind of, it sounds good, but there's really, from a legal standpoint, no footing?
The two quotes I had about the gateway signage would be done to the extent it is commercially reasonable, and the trail connections will be done they will make commercially reasonable efforts. Those are quotes from the ordinance, from the development plan. Development agreement. The
Now-
second, the next item.
Now, I'm an engineer, and so I like things black and white. I either want it to be enforceable, things like that. So that's what I'm looking for. Is that actually enforceable? It seems pretty vague to me. It seems like a lot of wiggle room. Yeah. Got it. This is just asking you your opinion, but how much wiggle room is there? How much latitude?
But I think we could have the development agreement changed if that was the case, to change the wording or to dictate that we want this signage or this trail needs to connect. I think we can dictate that in the development agreement. I mean, it has to be incentivized, but I think we can, if that was the choice.
I don't, to me, they're a match pair. One fails, the other one fails. So.
It does. You have more?
I just have 2 comments or 2 emails that we got from people that we said we would read into the record, if
Okay.
you want those at this time.
Yeah, go ahead. You want to read them?
Okay. The first one, dear sir, I am a resident of Creekwood, and I am writing to you in favor of the zoning change for land at the corner of Bailey Boswell and 156. Please vote yes to allow the change so that we can have nice single-story rental homes next to our neighborhood versus the unknown possibilities. Sincerely, Chelsea Self, 529 Darlington Trail. We have one more that is... I am a homeowner in the Creekwood subdivision and writing to convey my input into the proposed purchase and development of the northwest corner of Bailey Boswell and FM 156 into multifamily rental properties. My ultimate desire would be to have the property purchased and developed into some sort of green space use, such as park, playground, splash pad, etc., or even some other sort of revenue-generating opportunity for an owner that would retain as much of the green space and introduce the least amount of new daily traffic into an already oversaturated residential area. While I understand that the low-lying floodplain area makes adding a secondary access point to FM 156 an expensive cost to a project in that corner, the additional traffic that potentially hundreds of cars will add to the east and westbound Bailey Boswell on a daily basis is troublesome. With 3+ communities, including the new apartment complex under construction, 2 schools, and numerous businesses within half a mile of this corner, it is concerning. Since 1999, we have lived in the Highland Station and Creekwood neighborhoods. When purchasing our new Highland Station home in 1999, we were told by the developer that funding and approval were in place for Basswood to connect to I-35 within 12 to 18 months, when in fact it was over 18 years until that access was completed. We have lived with construction and traffic congestion for over 20 years, and our communities are often subjected to unsafe and poorly marked traffic patterns during lengthy periods of ongoing construction. We have too many, especially younger, drivers to overlook these issues. Again, while I hope that another acceptable and profitable use for this space is found, I ask that any development be approved or at least supported by the surrounding community members, homeowners, and that no actual development of this corner begin until the infrastructure to handle the construction, etc., and the resulting project is already complete. Respectfully, Suzanne McIntosh, 8128 Timberfall Trail, Fort Worth.
Okay. Do we have any other, before I say anything else? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to make a motion to deny this request for rezoning of the 16.43 acres of the H. Robinson Survey Extract. Ordinance number 2022-03.
Mary is the second. So all for the denial, raise your right hand. If you're against it. Charlie Tucker's the only one that's against it. So do we need to do 13 now? No, it's moot. Okay. Item number, thank you all. Thank you all for talking. So 13, I'm just going to put you over here because okay. Item number 14, consideration and action on an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Saginaw, Texas General Obligation Bonds, Series 2022, levying an annual ad valorem tax and providing for the security for and the payment of said bonds, approving the official statement, providing an effective date, and provisions relating to the subject, ordinance number 2022-06. And for that, we have Ms. Kim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. As you recall, back in April, y'all agreed to issue the next next issuance of bonds for the construction of the library and senior center. And Mark McCliney with Samco is here to tell you the results of that and to get final approval for the issuance of this debt.
Got a few items I was going to hand out, or one item I was going to hand out. Kim got this email. So, what a year, or what a difference a year can make.
Thank you, sir.
As so many of you know, I've been coming to these meetings and talking about how interest rates have never been lower. As inflation kicked up this past year, interest rates have gone up. When you compare where we are today to what our projections were when we were doing this bond issue, we're always afraid that the interest rates were going up. Well, we're well under what we thought might happen. So the good news is that our projections are well below where we thought. I do want to just give you an idea of where interest rates are and what they've done in the past year, as well as what a comparison is to our bond sale today. So you authorized us to go out for $23,700,000 for the senior center and the library. These are part of your voted bonds. We sold our first set of bonds a year ago, this past summer. The interest rate on those bonds a year ago ranged from, this is to the investor, from 0.2 in a one-year investment to 1.9 out 20 years. Never had Saginaw sold bonds at that low of an interest rate to investors. The reflection of excellent credit rating that you have, AA, and that's been confirmed with lots of positive things going on about the city as well as about management, how there's funds on balance, how they meet and exceed budget. You all put out the budget, they work and perform to exceed that budget. So we continue to remain very, very positive in the investment world. But from those rates a year ago, we're coming in today with rates 238 in one-year investment to a 387 out 20 years. So compare 1 year difference in sales, 0.2 out to a 190 to 238 to 387, about 150 basis points increase. All of that's related to what the Fed's been doing, the Federal Reserve, as well as the inflation. More fear, driving up interest rates, which then kicks the Fed to raise rates again. So when we sold these bonds, when we talked to the voters, we projected interest rates above 4% for this bond sale. So on our pro forma that we shared with voters, we projected the INS tax rate to be 25.5 cents, and we're going to be at 23.5. I want to make sure I get that number correct. Roughly speaking, 23.5, and we're projecting 25.6 in this second year. So 2 cents lower than what we were projecting when the voters approved this. Now, it's not going to be exact because we don't have final taxable values. And with Kim, we were working with the preliminary values, and we took 95% of the preliminary values, 96% of that. So we discounted 4% off the top for protests and all of that, and that looked back at historically what has happened from this early point. So yes, we're at higher interest rates, but still below what we're projecting, which we really want to make sure we do, because we do share things with the voters and said this is worst case scenario, and we want to make sure we stay below worst case scenario. Estrada Hinojosa, which is one of the larger investment banking firms in Texas, and Stifel Nicolaus bought these bonds. And we're going to recommend selling to Stifel and Estrada at the rates that are projected. I put this in, I just handed this to you all. If you look at the second page, you can see the interest rates. So the city will pay the coupon rate. The investors get a yield. And whenever the yield is lower than the coupon rate the city is paying, you'll see they will be paying a premium. You'll see a price that's greater than 100. So you can see the first yield to the investors, 238, and working its way out to 387. Now, those premiums add up, and that goes into your construction fund. And we'll go back to the first page. So we're borrowing we're going to receive $23,700,000. And if you look at the very top, our par amount is $22,260,000. Those investors, that accumulation of all those premiums add up to $1,725,000. So they're buying them from us at a premium, and we will get $23,700,000, and we will pay back $22,260,000. So all in all, really pleased with this. Now, how does this compare with other bond sales? After we finished, Alito is going out to sell tomorrow. And we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, of course, but the underwriters sent out a preliminary scale trying to go out to their investors. And when you compare it to ours, out 10 years, we were 2 basis points lower interest rate. Out 20 years, we're 7 basis points lower interest rate. So compares very favorably. Now, they may end up doing great, getting tons of orders and the interest rate coming down, or the market change a little bit between today and tomorrow. But we want to make sure when we're coming into you all that our comparisons look good to other like sales. Alito, just to let you know, is a AA also, just like the city of Saginaw. So it's a real apple-to-apple comparison. And the fact that we look lower than what they'll end up going out to market is another positive. So long story short, we recommend you authorizing the sale to Estrada Hinojosa and Stifel Nicolaus. You all have a bond ordinance there. Clark Kimball, your bond lawyer, is here with McCall Parkerson Horton. If there's questions about the bond ordinance, he's here to address that. And if there's questions about the actual bond sale, Kim, if I have forgotten something that we needed to go over, let me know. Gabe, same. All in all, we're real pleased. It is a very, very tough market. And as I said, difference in a year, people were falling over to get Saginaw bonds. There's few bidders out there now because they're so afraid to hold bonds that they're going to become worth less tomorrow. Not worth less, just worth less tomorrow as interest rates keep coming up. So I'm pleased with the results when we compare it to what other sales are going and the fact that our bond rating remains very, very strong. We are stronger today than we were a year ago. And then that we're still well below what we told the voters. One of the things I keep going back and checking. Other than that, I'll address questions you may have or concerns.
Council, questions? Mary, Cindy, Charles? Nick? Charles? Okay. I guess they don't have any questions. Okay. So I guess we need to take action on this, and I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we approve the bond series 2022 ordinance 2022-06.
I'll second.
Cindy seconded. All for it, raise your right hand. Against? It's unanimous, Janice.
Thank you very much. We will work, Clark will get it through the Attorney General's office, and then we'll work to close scheduled June 15th, and we'll be working with Kim to get that done.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Did you vote?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know. I didn't know.
I did.
So
Yes.
1, 2, 6, 0. I just wanted to make sure I get it.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Item number 15, presentation regarding Water Department staff, and water line replacements. And for that, we have Jared Kuzy. Here you are. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. For those who don't know me, my name is Jared Kersey. I'm the Water Utility Superintendent for Saginaw, and it's a pleasure to be here tonight. It's an honor to talk about our water system and the services we provide to our citizens. Forgive me, this is my first time to use this. So, anyways, I'll dive right into it. The city approximately serves 24,000 citizens here in Saginaw Water Service, and we on Saginaw has a daily average of 3.3 million gallons per day. And as you know, to meet that demand, we use the city of Fort Worth to purchase all our water. So Saginaw actually doesn't have anything to do with production or treatment of our water. Fort Worth delivers our water on Longhorn Road at our Longhorn Pump Station. And I have a, whoops.
There you go.
There we go. There's a picture of a Longhorn Pump Station there. The building on the left, that houses our booster pumps. We have 5 pumps that help provide water into the system and fill our water tanks. Also in our water infrastructure, we have 4 different grounds, 2 ground storage tanks and 2 elevated storage tanks. The 2 ground storage tanks that are in the picture, they both have 1 million gallon capacity. And we'll move on to the elevated. We have the Jarvis overhead pump station, storage overhead storage tank on Jarvis Road in Bailey Boswell, and we also have the Park Center overhead. It holds 750,000 gallons, and the Jarvis overhead is 1.5 million gallons. To briefly talk a little bit about how our water system works compared to the booster pumps and our tanks, we have a very important resource called SCADA system. It's a computer software program. It is the lifeline of our water system. It controls our tank levels. We put in set points. We decide how high we want the tank levels to go, how low we want them to go, and when the pumps turn on and that nature. So, for instance, at Jarvis overhead, we could set a high point of 28 foot. And when it reaches that, SCADA sends a signal to our pumps to shut off. And so as it's shut off, demand starts to drain the tanks. And when it reaches the low set point that we set, it sends a signal, turns on the booster pumps to fill the tanks back up. So it's a really resourceful tool. It's really the lifeline of how our water system operates and everything. We currently have a single pressure plane. It ranges in PSI from 40 to 90 PSI across the pressure plane. And as you know, we will be adding 2 new booster pumps this year, one at the Belt Mill Development and one at the Park Center overhead. And those were each booster pump station there will create a new pressure plane. So we'll end up having, after this next year, 3 pressure planes in different areas. And also to finish up on our water system, just to talk about in case there was ever an emergency to where SCADA wasn't operating, we lose electricity, things of that nature. We have standby generation power at Longhorn Pump Station. And also, if something extremely catastrophic was to happen, we have an emergency water valve that's hooked up directly to the city of Fort Worth at Bailey Boswell and Old Decatur Road, right by Chick-fil-A there. We could turn that valve on and feed our entire system efficiently. Next, we'll move on to daily maintenance and services that we provide to our citizens here in the city. And this is just a few of them. But, obviously, some of our main responsibilities is trying to prevent water loss in the city. So we repair main breaks, service line leaks, meter stops, you name it. Anything that leaks in our system, we try to fix in-house. And we have an excellent crew that stays on top of that. But some other things we do hydrant maintenance, valve maintenance, meter maintenance. And we also assist City Hall billing. We're pretty much the frontline customer service reps in the city when it comes to water. We'll go to people's houses, answer any questions or concerns they may have, and we do that to the best of our ability. So, but have a few pictures here. Here's a couple of main breaks we've recently had. The one on the left happened on Fox Drive in Saginaw North. A contractor actually was boring under the road there and bored through our water main, so we had to restore service pretty quickly there to the citizens. And then the picture on the right is at Opal and Ruidoso. That happened this past January. So that's just a visual of what a water main break may look like. So also, here's a picture of some of our guys hydro excavating. And I would like to take a moment to talk about the piece of equipment that's in the picture. That is our water vac truck. And I speak on the behalf of every employee in Public Works. We are grateful for the council for providing that piece of machinery for us. It is, where I said earlier, the SCADA is the lifeline of how our water system works. That truck is the lifeline of our field operations. There are so many underground lines now in the city. We can't just go digging up something with a backhoe. You're going to dig into something. This has greatly reduced the time that it takes to repair things and everything. And it's and the reason why I'm bringing that up is because it is starting. We've had it for 6 years now, and we use it daily. And it is really starting to show its wear and tear. So it's once again, it's just an important part of our entire operations. So, and then also the picture next is hydrant flushing. Something that we do with throughout the city is flush dead-end lines, just to move fresh water into areas that it could potentially, not move as much for it being a dead-end line. So that's just some daily maintenance things that we do. So, and also here is something else that we've been working on is our meter change-out program. We're installing newer technology with all our meters. We currently have 8,134 meters. That's commercial and residential in the city. And so far, we have changed out 7,598 of them. So we see the light at the end of the tunnel for sure. We got 536 left. And we can't wait to get them in the ground. So, and I just wanted to talk about a few challenges that is foreseeable in the water department. And one's already passed, but it still has some ripple effects today. I know we all remember the winter storm a couple years ago. I'm always someone to look for positives when disaster strikes. Our strengths were definitely shown during that time, but our weaknesses were as well. And so we learned from that, and we're preparing now. We're adding some standby generators in some areas that need it, just to better equip our system overall, and keep the city running. But that's a big challenge that will live with us forever, honestly. And I hope I never see that again. But second part is aging infrastructure. We have some specific areas in our city currently that we're experiencing, a high number of main breaks, not necessarily all at once, but just over time. and these lines are getting weaker and weaker the older they get. Just to name a few of the areas, Opal Street, Thompson, Southern, the Rancho North neighborhood there. Over the years, we've just had several main breaks, and the age of that infrastructure is really starting to show itself. But with that, the challenge there is when you go to replace a water main, should we just replace the water main, or should we replace the sewer line at the same time? And with that, do we replace the road as well? Obviously you don't want to just replace the road and not the water main, because then we got to dig up a new road. So the challenge there is figuring out how to accomplish everything that the city maintains at once. And so we're looking to hopefully do that through some capital improvement projects and everything. And of course, our 2016 Water Master Plan is finishing up, and that's once again a credit to our council and city leaders. We've upgraded in some areas that we've needed across the city. And to go back to the winter storm, I think about if we hadn't been upgrading our system over the past few years, somehow or another, I'm a man of faith, but we had 0 main breaks during that winter storm. So that, now, above ground was another story,
Yeah.
But below ground we had 0 main breaks. So that's a testament to upgrading aging infrastructure in other areas in the city. So, and then the last thing I wanted to bring up was just workforce expansion. As the city grows, our responsibilities grow. Every building, every home that's built, that's another water service and sewer service that falls upon us to service. And so, this job, it can be mentally and physically demanding at times. And so, my greatest concern for my crew is their physical and mental health in these areas. And the job market right now is just, it's a strange one. It's a very competitive struggle. And where we find that we're having trouble obtaining is experienced workers. And I dug into, I was given some information of something that was posted on TCEQ's website. In the entire state of Texas, now let me backtrack. We require 2 water licenses, a dual license here, a Class C distribution water and a Collection 3 wastewater. In the entire state of Texas, there's only 3,625 Class C operators. That's not very many in the entire state. Also, Collection 3 wastewater license holders, there's only 1,161. So there's obviously a shortage of license holders here in the state. Now, what I can brag about the city of Saginaw, I believe we've got 5 guys that are licensed, dual license. So that's a testament to our workforce here. But not being able to hire people with experience and with license, just to tell you a little bit, when we hire somebody in that doesn't have any experience, the state requires a 2-year minimum work experience to test for your water license and a 5-year minimum to test for your wastewater license. So it's a waiting game when we have somebody new in. I mean, it's basically 5 years before they can be duly licensed. So a lot of times, sometimes people make the decision in that 5 years, is this for me or not? So then we have to start all over. So that's the challenge that I see as far as expanding our workforce, especially, obtaining experience, but how do we also retain that experience? So, but in conclusion tonight, I just wanted to end my presentation by, when I'm asked what I think about the Saginaw water system, I have some guys here tonight. You guys want to stand up? This is just a part of the crew here. I want to introduce them. Not everybody can make it tonight, but we got John Reynolds here, C.J. Ross, Jeremy Cutler, and Jonathan Reeves. And I just wanted to publicly commend these guys for their commitment and sacrifice. I'm just really proud and blessed to work alongside these guys. They make my job easier. I probably make theirs worse. But I'm very fortunate, and the city of Saginaw is very fortunate to have these guys. I'm very proud of them. Thank you.
also.
Does anybody have any questions?
I do. I have one question.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
I'll let y'all go first.
All right.
Well, Mary had her hand.
Okay, Mary first. Ladies first. Okay, start with Charles. All right, let Charles go first. You got 3 minutes.
I asked about the software, but you answered that question with the backup. And how many employees are trained on this software?
And all 9 of us. Yes, sir. We have on-call personnel, 7 days a week after hours, and so that's a vital part of being on call is checking that software system at all times.
As far as the maintenance and service, do you have to outsource any of that, or is pretty much all of that taken care of in-house?
We do as much as possible in-house. That's not to say that we haven't contracted out some jobs before. There are some areas. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So if you contract them out, is it because you're too busy or knowledge?
It's not knowledge. Okay. Some of it is. There's some areas in the city, in particular, that we've had to outsource a water main break because it was so deep and such a large that we don't have the proper equipment to reach that. So we had to hire a contractor that is capable of handling a job of that size. So it's not, trust me, these guys can fix anything.
Okay.
Yes.
That's
but yes. But
thank you.
Yes.
I guess I get to go much. So, yeah, I actually got to hang out with these guys. They let me join their club for a few hours one day, and very impressed. And one thing is, it's a hard job. I mean, they're out there in the weather. They're in the muck, blood, stuff like that. Some of it not so good. They're also having to deal with fire ants, scorpions, snakes, black widows. Well, they get down in those boxes and you open them up. Yeah, absolutely. They have to stick their hands down these little dark areas, which I guarantee you'd think twice about doing, because I did. And then on top of that, I mean, it is very manual. They don't get to sit in an air-conditioned room all day. But then on top of all that, they have to have this certification. And this is not no slam-dunk little certification. It takes, 3-5 years to get both of them. And so, it is pretty impressive as to what they do and what they get. But like I say, both physically and mentally, having to study it. So very, very good. And we do need to understand that when we're going through budgets and things like that. And he rattled off. I can tell you this much, because this is something I do have a little bit of insight in, because I've got an inside scoop. I can tell you across Texas, those licenses are getting very sought at, people, and bigger cities are definitely willing to gobble up people who already have these licenses. So again, I know I really appreciate it, guys. That's it.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you. We appreciate everything you do because you do keep the city running. Thank you very much. And my other question was, how long did it take y'all to put that many meters in, just out of curiosity? You may have said it, I just didn't hear
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
How long did it take you to put the meters in?
Oh, well, it depends.
Oh, okay.
Because some are just tops, so that's a matter of just a couple of minutes. Well,
I'd be gone, but okay.
Well, I do have to commend Councilman Lawson. It took him just a couple of minutes to change a whole one out. We let him change one out. He really enjoyed it. He got his hands dirty. I would say on average, a full meter change out, 10 to 15 minutes per meter.
And how long is it taking you to do all 7,000 of them?
Oh.
Yeah,
about,
okay.
About 30 gray hairs ago.
How many months have y'all been working on that?
We've been working on this for over a year now.
Oh.
So.
But now you're almost to the end.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Congratulations.
Ma'am.
Thank you.
And what's it like? There's a life expectancy on these too. I remember y'all told me that.
On the meters?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. About 15 years.
Yeah. 15 years ago, swap them back out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say you guys are on top of it. This is not an 8 to 5 job. I don't care how you look at it, and they don't get that half-day Friday thing. This is 24/7, 365 days a year. I'm over there by that Opal and Ruidoso. thing, and I just happened to be driving by the Thompson and Palomino leak that you had, was it last week?
Yes,
And I was watching your guys out there jumping up on the pavement, and it was bouncing like a trampoline. There was so much water under the street. I was, that was pretty impressive too. I wanted to play, but I wasn't sure that was appropriate. But I mean, you guys were out there in record time. There's really nothing negative to say. The only one recommendation that I would make is if there is any way that if you have anybody that happens to be left back in the office, a lot of the people in that Rancho North area are elderly, and I had this problem with one of my neighbors. He was on oxygen, and the water was cut off. We didn't know it was going to be cut off. It was supposed to be off for 8 hours, and he needed water for his oxygen machine. So if there's any way that you could give us heads up when these breaks happen, you're going to shut off the water, that would be so useful. And I know you're trying to deal with an emergency at the same time, but, taking care of some of our citizens is important as well. Thank you.
We'll definitely look into doing that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That was a very informative presentation, and thank you for all you do and your crew. I do have a question. If a company outside of Saginaw is doing work in the city and they do break a water main, are they required to have insurance, or do we fine them, or how does that work?
We will send them a bill.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We do bill them for that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Which I did some looking in on statistics of this, and actually couldn't find Saginaw as individual, but in general, water departments and stuff, when you start talking about availability, it's one of the smaller utilities and stuff, which is 99.999% up. So it's got 5 nines. Mm-hmm. So that's pretty impressive. You start calculating out that. So it's a big testament for a big system.
Yeah. Well, thank you, guys. Y'all keep up the good work.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 16, presentation regarding playground equipment for Highland Station Park, and that we have Paul Rosinski. Did I say it right?
Close enough.
Close, okay.
Close enough.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'd just like to state that, my guys would have been here, but they work so hard, they're probably asleep by now.
Okay. Well, he knows how to clear a room.
Yeah. But they would love to be here.
That's okay.
Actually, I'm here for a presentation on a proposed replacement of playground equipment at Highland Station Park, along with the bathroom facilities. Years of wear and tear on these things, lots of use. And of course, the Texas sunlight beating down on these things. We've had 2 PlayStations in there, currently lost their slides. They just broke off or fell off, and just through fatigue. And every effort's been made to try to find these things a replacement. When you call that company, they just go, oh, Lord, we don't carry that model anymore. Mm-hmm. And we've even thought of, having pieces fabricated and put on there. And other companies are just going, I don't want the liability of putting my thing on there, in case it just doesn't work. And we've had the same problem with the restroom there. It's an ancient old restroom. As you can see in some of the pictures I've given y'all here, it's very hard to find parts for these things. And if you do, they are very expensive, and sometimes they take months to get here. We've gotten to where even plumbers just look at these things and say, yeah, forget it. They don't even want to mess with them. The only way you could do something is to retrofit them, which would be to jackhammer the floor out of the place, run all new piping for the water and sewer, and the cost related with that, you'd be kind of up there for the purchase of a new one with all the labor costs. And so you could probably see in the pictures that I've had up here, you can see where we've actually had to take plywood and board off these slides so kids don't fall through them. And, you know, we've been getting a lot of complaints about those. They're talking about all the love Willow Creek Park gets. And, you know, they kind of want their share now. And so I'm here today to present a proposal for the replacement of this equipment. And I've provided you the numbers on this. And, you know, just, you know, for the replacement of both play areas and the replacement of the bathrooms, or just of the play areas and the new fall protection for them, like there is at the new playground at Willow Creek Park, the kind of poured-in-place rubber foam. You know, it's going to come to, you know, as an estimate, you know, a value of these would be $289,699.32 for the replacement of these. And just the estimation for the restroom facility comes out to another $107,834, and it would be a restroom like there is at the food truck park. You know, much more where two people, a man and a woman, can use these. And you know, I think this park it needs a little, you know, love and care. I think a lot of we've had is vandalism down there. You know, just you go there every day, and I'm calling guys, all right, we got to get what they written all over these things down here. So, but this is a, you know, recommendation I'm putting before you, that, you know, we see what we're up against here with the cost of these materials. And if y'all have any questions, anything you want to ask me about this, certain things, I mean, let me have them.
Is the Parks Board putting up any funding for any of this? The Parks Advisory Board?
I believe they do, Randy.
We haven't approached the Park Board with a proposal yet. You know, they have limited funds. I think they have about right now $127,000 in their account. We can certainly do that. I don't know. You know, they have the fireworks display. They have several things that they.
What was that total amount? You said 200 and, or is that
It's gonna be about
for everything for all of this?
$289,699.
289.
Yeah.
$699.
Yes, sir.
And that does not include the bathroom?
That does include the
Oh,
bathroom.
it does include.
facility.
Oh, okay.
Turnkey.
So Gabe, do we have somewhere that we can fit this in there, because they do deserve it, and they do need it?
We need to do something on this.
And I'm a kid advocate, so I didn't know it was in that bad a
So-
shape, or
Yeah.
I would have said something for now, so.
Yeah, I would like to know the quality of these. It's a lot of money. I know the ones there, they're old, but man, they were built good. I walk by them almost every day, both of them. I live over there, and so right after this blew up a couple times ago, when me and my wife walks through that park, we stopped and looked at them. And from a structural standpoint, you know, they're the metal wise and stuff. They're really good. What I'd hate to do is rip these out and not refurbish them, and then put something else in that's not as a good a quality. So in 5 years, they're falling apart or something.
What kind of warranty does this have on this?
That I was unable to obtain before I got there, but I could sure find that out for you. But it's the stuff we would replace. It would have screening over it. Actually have awning built over the top to help deflect some of the sun.
Okay.
And it's the same hard plastic that, you know, the other one is.
Yeah, because depending on the plastic breaks down with UV light. So I mean, like this, the poles are metal, and then the plastic, or then it bolts into it, so it's going to last long. I'm looking at this lasted us 20 plus years. What can I expect out of the next one? What's the company we buy this? What's their life expectancy?
Is this company anywhere close to what we did the Dream Park or do you know?
It's I don't know if it's as close as Dream Play. I didn't do a comparison on that, but generally they have anywhere from a 15 to a 25-year warranty on the equipment.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
And nowadays, they're really, they watch stuff now on play equipment, believe me, I know. Yeah. And so do we have availability, Gabe, that you and Kim?
Yeah.
Can you squeeze out some money somewhere?
We can come back with a, this is just a presentation at
Yes, I
this
know what it
point.
is, but I'm just asking the question because that's going to be the next question.
We can certainly find it if that's the priority.
The bathroom, is it a one-hole, two-hole? What is
He just said it was a
It's
two-hole.
a
like
two.
the
It
one
would
that-
have a male and female in it.
Okay, got
And it's handicapped accessible, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And I could give y'all, this is kind of a concept of what it looks like with
Yeah.
the awning over it. But this gives you the colors and just the same
There you go. That looks like a nice one. And the awning will help the plastic too.
Is there some serial number, model number, something I can go look this up on the internet and do some research on them and things like that? That's what I was asking.
Yeah. You could go right here to leave.
So probably the only thing we'll be looking at replacing kind of is
Yeah.
probably the shades, maybe. They may.
It has a shade
Yeah,
over it.
I know, but that's probably what we'll be looking at replacing
Yeah.
over the years.
Yeah.
Is possibly just the shade.
Most of those last, well, I don't know. the ones
I don't know,
for
with
about
Texas
10,
wind
15
and-
years, yeah.
And a lot of these prices are going to be based on, to cut costs down, us as a city would remove the playground equipment, and if we choose to replace the existing 5R type of protection, we would remove all that and make a nice hard pad for them to reinstall this to keep costs down. So you're not paying for them to remove it or anything. That could be done in-house.
Have you inspected all of the parks or just the couple that were in these handouts? Trinity Trail and...
We've looked at several of them, and we're just proposing this particular park first, but Schwangler Park, the slide has rotted off that too, so
Yeah.
and we have that boarded up. But see, these things, I've only been here relative short time, going on 6 years, and I don't know the age of this equipment. But I know this stuff, works and lasts, 15 years, at least. But at least the other ones, and I think one at Willow Creek Park is actually lost a little, climbing station for it. And it's the same thing. You call them up and they go, there just ain't no such animal anymore. We discontinue that because it's just too old, so.
So Schwingler Park also has a slide that's boarded up?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it still usable at this time, or is it becoming a safety issue?
They're still usable. We check them, pretty in frequency, just to make sure there's no vandalism, nobody's throwing, gravel down the slides that people would, slide across. But yeah, and of course we boarded the area up, so there's no accident, an accidental, fall or kid can't just fall out of the hole in the side. It's been blocked off.
Can we get an estimate on that one too? Can we get an estimate on getting that one replaced too?
I sure can get you that.
I do have one question, Randy. It might not, all these play equipments, do they come from the same person, the same company?
No,
Or did they?
They've came from various manufacturers.
Okay.
The one at Schwangler actually is 15 years old.
It is 15
Yeah.
years old, and so it's time to
So
replace
you're
that.
starting to see it fail.
And these are actually, the actual play stations are from one park. The the bathroom facilities is from another one, just because, we were going with the cheaper product, and both of these produce the cheapest ones.
Okay. Okay, well, we can't always go with the cheapest.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you say it's a cheaper product, does it drive our maintenance cost up?
I just, in cheap, it's not like, it's not considerably less, but it's just, it's noticeably left. And what got our attention about the playground equipment was because of it came with the awnings over it, which will be great to keep
Yeah,
the UV
that's what I'm
rays
saying.
and everything on the. And of course, these things have a tendency, not like metal ones used to, but these things get extremely hot when small kids play on them and don't realize they're going to scald their legs going down these slides and everything. These are much, much cooler to slide on.
I have one other question, Randy.
Okay.
I know in daycares it's a little bit different, but in commercial playgrounds, do they have to have a certain gauge metal? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah, the commercial grade structures that they're building today, pretty much all of them from all the manufacturers are pretty close to each other.
Okay.
As far as strength of steel, the plastic. And if you go through like buy board, those are usually, they're real close in cost. So Lee Park and Play, I think, is the one where Paul got the quote from. And they're very, very, I mean, they furnish a lot of park equipment for a lot of cities. A lot of cities use Lee Park and Play.
Okay.
And the gauge steel in these is approximately the same on there because there has to be a certain thickness for it even, to pass and, be able to be sold to the public.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, just wanted to add a couple things. One, I think that Paul is a certified playground inspector, so I'm pretty sure he uses all the monkey bars citywide himself. I think I've seen him out there.
Oh, yeah, I've got my half-pipe release off of it.
There you go. I'm glad. That's a good thing.
I'm still working to get to that level of skill. In a past city council meeting, there was a request for sort of an inventory of our existing. I believe Randy and maybe the Parks Board are discussing that. Would like to add that, in our bond, voters approved $4 million for park system improvements. That $4 million is citywide. So I think in the future, if it's the desire of a council and we create a bond committee again, we would look at a bond focus on recreation because it all takes money and we can do some maintenance and replacement type activities in our annual budget, but the substantial renovations and replacements, ultimately I think we would have to bring to voters.
Could we borrow from that $4 million now?
No, because we've issued.
I'm saying borrow from it for this, and the city get it back once we get that money.
Yeah, we could talk about.
Okay.
We could talk about. Yeah.
I was just thinking.
So can we put that as a number one and try to get this part taken care of first?
I think so. I think to Kim's point, we can talk about.
Okay.
I had a little bit of an epiphany. I'm sitting here looking at this, and I'm looking at these swing sets and stuff, and I'm like, man, I'm going to have to go dig into this and figure out what swing sets are. Is there any way our parks people could take this as a committee action and go look at this and come back with whether they give their big thumbs up?
Andy?
And if y'all can give a little funding.
Yeah, I'm fixing to call that. We hadn't got to that point
You
yet.
already want to spend even better.
I know, they are. So that's what I said, yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Paul.
Okay. And
Appreciate it, Paul.
Gabe, I wanted to let you know that on the swings, not one of those kids could get near as high as I could.
There you go. Don't forget your colors here. Do we get to vote on the colors? Because no, I'm teasing. We will let Highland Station do that over there. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have two people that would like to talk. One would be Brock St. Clair.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
You're welcome.
Brack St. Clair, 421 Creek Terrace Drive. Number one, we did not have our meeting last night, because we didn't make quorum. So that's an aside for the committee on committees.
The committees is watching the committees to figure out what's
I
going on.
don't want to
got
increase
you.
that requirement for that reason. So, just as an aside.
You better write that down, Nick.
One thing I would like for the council to consider is we have had great success with Willow Creek Station. And when it comes time to replacing the playground equipment, I do understand the urgency, and I'm behind the urgency that y'all have for that. But I want to caution that we don't move forward with replacing some of the equipment at the expense of thinking about what we want to do in a couple of years. And I think there's wide support for an accessible playground at Highland Station. And I would just caution not to rush forward with approving something and then in 2 or 3 years we go, okay, now we want to put an accessible playground in, but we've already spent some money to try and fix the problem immediately.
Okay, so let me ask you a question on that. Dream Play came in different sections, and different sections could be put up slowly or whatever, and you could get like a small addition or whatever you want to call it as you add on, as we could do that. So that might be something that Randy and Paul could look into to see if there's something that we can build to, to make it an all accessible.
But Dream Play has a footing.
Yes, it does.
That everything sits on that. If you're going to do it piece by piece, you've almost got to put the whole thing in first, and then start putting the pieces on it.
I think they can do that in stations. I'm not 100% sure, but I think
We
they can do
we
that
can
in
check
stations.
into that and see.
Yeah, I think they can do that in stations. I'm not 100% sure, but I think.
I'm not either.
If we do purchase these for the park, I mean, and in 2 years we want to, go to a more accessible playground, we can move these to another park, right?
Well, no, you wouldn't do that because it'd take too much. It'd mess up the structure and when you take things apart and put them back together, it's not always a good thing with kids.
Yeah, I think we need to fix what we got there. We can't have no
No, but
plywood
what I'm
sticking.
saying.
No, I understand
yeah,
what you're
they
saying.
could do
I'm saying
sections. It won't be. It won't
I know,
be.
right?
I know.
I just don't like. I don't like the picture of the plywood in the
understand that,
swings and stuff. That just bothers me. I'm a park sport man at heart.
But I bet you there's somewhere that Dream Play does that they can do in sections or stations and add as we can, and then that way they would have a really nice one when we got finished with it.
Paul, we need options.
Well, and that's what our Parks Committee, that's part of their, that's why we have them, to go off and figure those things out for us.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. And get with Randy.
And, well, yeah.
He's got all the leads, so yeah.
I don't mind. I can certainly make the contacts and see if we can't make that happen. See what it would be to do that.
Yeah. I mean, they may not get a big piece like that piece that you had here at first, but we could build to it.
But we have to, I think the cautionary tale that we've been warned about, and it needs to be heeded. And,
What needs to be heated?
What needs to be heated?
well, don't jump in and just put something. Let's make
Oh.
sure we got it.
Yeah.
Because remember,
I thought you was talking about
that
the
part,
pool.
they're not talking about one. There's two pieces,
I know.
okay? And they're totally separate. That's a 1.8 mile track. And so one's where you first come in, and the other one is about 80% over on the other side of the trail. So they're about 1.6 mile apart, I think.
Yes.
And
Okay.
Councilman Lawson, I'm sure you can vouch for this. You're limited over there, especially over there where you can place a piece of equipment because of the lay of the land.
Right.
So it may very well be that wherever you take one out, that's where you're.
Yeah.
Gonna put that.
And
That's the only option.
So if it's that far apart, is one spot bigger than the other one?
Yeah, the one off a High Country Trail, I would say, is the biggest. And
So
Yes.
could it not be a smaller, all accessible? You know what I'm saying? Not as big as the one at Willow Creek, because apparently you don't have that much room, but could it be a smaller, full accessible?
It would actually be the best place for the accessible because it's next to the parking lot, so you don't have to walk a ways in before you get to.
Could be handicap access.
Yes.
Well, could we not look into that and see what two different, I mean, you might could put this one play on one side,
Absolutely.
and that would start it off, and then over there you could do something with like Dream Play, and then that way, I mean, it's worth the shot to look at it and see.
Absolutely. We can do that.
Yeah. Okay.
And the only other comment I had was on the restrooms. The ones that are out at Willow Creek are great. We have very few problems with them. I'm always asking at pretty much every meeting or every other meeting, are they holding up? How are we doing with them? These restrooms are in great shape. So I trust their judgment on the restrooms.
They're very creative in doing destruction, but so far they haven't figured out a way to tear that one up down to
that's
Food Truck
good.
Park.
And trees don't work no more, right? I got you. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, we got you.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
We have one other speaker, and that's Miss Katie Johnson.
Do I have to say it all again?
Yeah, you do.
Darn it. I'm Katie Johnson. I'm at 321 Sugar Creek. And just quick show of hands, who lives over by Highland Station Park that's in this room? Hi. So I did talk to the residents, and they do. They absolutely think that Willow Creek is all anybody cares about. That's absolutely 100% what they feel.
We're trying to
And
change
that's,
it.
I know, but that's just sad because it's just now coming up, and that shouldn't be how it happens. What I would tell you, you've worked in daycare, or you work in daycare, I do daycare. Anything now pretty much goes to daycare standards, even in the public parks. But I think Brack's got a good point. Don't cut off your nose to spite your face. So maybe we look at tearing one of them down and leaving it open for a while we figure out what we want to do with it and replacing the other one. We're not going to get metal anymore. I'm sorry. They pretty much don't make it anymore. I don't know. These kids are
It used
weenies.
to be a rite of passage when I was a kid. You slide down that slide and hit 150 degrees, take the skin off.
I don't have any skin left on the back of my legs. The restroom needs to be looked at. So, I don't think the Parks Board has any heartburn with trying to use some of the bond money for it, but we are going to have our hands tied with that.
Not necessarily the bond money. Some of them donations, we just get like 50,000.
We got 127,000 right now.
Give us 50. I mean,
We could
y'all
look at
it.
that.
Y'all look at it.
We could look
And
at
just
that.
come back and give us.
But the thing
give
is,
us
the
proposals.
whole point of the bond election was we did $4 million for parks. So maybe this $4 million we use for some of the smaller projects like this, because that $4 million is not going to go a long way. So maybe we
Yeah.
use that $4 million for the small projects. But I know it depends on when we get
Yeah.
that, and I understand that. But I don't think we have any problems with doing that. But I would like to maybe look at doing some type of survey with the residents that utilize Highland Station on that side. Maybe see what kind of things they want in that park. I know one thing I've heard is trees. We need
Is what?
trees. We need more trees.
Well,
There was a tree program we
I can
had.
tell you that there's some fence mending that needs to be done.
I agree.
And I don't know the other way to put it, but just blunt force. They are pissed at us for allowing those apartments and passing high-density apartments to come out into their park. Well, right, wrong, or different, that's it. So you want to do some fence mending, what we're looking at, build that berm, put some trees through there.
Well, we might be able to get a grant from like Texas Parks and
Yeah, we
Wildlife or
did
something
do
for trees.
Tree grants or something at one point.
I think we could probably get some to block that off and make it better. But kids were telling me they want dodgeball courts and they want a kickball field, and there's so much we could do out there. So I don't want to just hem us in with one thing. Let's get with the residents out near Highland Station and see what they want in their park, because they're the ones that utilize it.
But we don't want plywood in the slide.
No, I don't want plywood in the slide.
And in defense
So I would prefer that we tear them down and have nothing for a minute until we can get new equipment. I mean, if
How
we're going
long
to
have
take
they
the
been-
lesser of two
How long
evils,
has the plywood been there?
Too long.
Yeah, so we're gonna do something. I
Guys.
mean, I don't know. We're gonna do something with that.
But I mean, if you're going to take one or the other,
I know that's I know.
better nothing than injuries.
I can tell you this much: you tear their play equipment down.
Oh, I know.
And you don't already have a date as August on this date at this time. This is what we're putting back
Yeah,
up.
we gotta do that.
You guys better be careful with the pitchforks that'll come out.
Yeah, we had that
I
happen
can
with
take
Project
you.
Dream Play.
Yeah,
And
but
then it broke and it was down for 9 more months.
yeah, but I think that we can look at something, at least one of them, maybe
Yeah,
the smaller
y'all
one.
just
Let's do
come
one
back
of
at us
them.
with the proposal.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's
Pretty quick.
And in the council's defense, Katie,
Thank you. And in defense of that side of the park, we now have a bridge that does not stop us from going over there faster.
And
So,
as one that lives on the end of that bridge, I appreciate that.
there you go. So, yes.
Because I live between the two tracks. So I do, and I know that we're hearing it now. I'm sorry for my group that it wasn't brought to attention sooner, because it should have been.
as soon as we found out.
But as
we
soon
were
as y'all
ready
found
to
out, y'all
jump
have been on it, and you
Because
know
we do care about the other side.
Yes, we do. And now Randy and Gabe.
We
Now Randy
now
and
I
Gabe.
want a pool. That's my next request.
A pool?
I want a swimming pool.
Well, you got a bridge that brings you over here.
No, I want one over there.
Now Randy and Gabe know what we're thinking about. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, number 17, consideration and action regarding agreement to provide professional services between the City of Saginaw and Rick Trice. Randy Newsom, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I got to tell you, I begged, I did everything I could to keep him from retiring. That was a hard one. He's a great asset. I mean, I learned so much. He's probably the best guy I've ever worked under. I mean, he's so smart, and I mean, he's a great asset. That I know y'all know him, but to see him behind the scenes where y'all didn't get really to get a good look at him, man, he's good. He's very, very good. And he started a lot of these projects, and I just think it would be a big asset and a big help if we could. I asked him, you know, he said he's ready to retire, but not really retire. So that's when I come up with this concept with him to try to lure him in on a part-time basis. And he agreed, and he come up with this. And I just think with the projects we have that are upcoming, that he's actually started. He knows all the ins and outs of them. He has more contacts than you could possibly even think about. You got a problem at Fort Worth, he can make it happen. You got a problem with TxDOT, he can make it happen. I mean, he's got those kind of those things that he can do. And so for that reason, it would be a really big asset for the city, for me especially. And I think even her with the P&Z stuff, I mean, he's so good at that. And if we could keep him around for just 3 months, I think it would be a big help just to clear things up.
Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem and Council, so Randy and I have talked, here's the honest reality. The work has to be done. So before Rick came, he's the city's first, on the staff side, professional engineer. He came to work for the city, for fun. He knew Dolph. He spent 33 years in Fort Worth, and great guy. So if we don't retain him as a consultant project manager, we will have to use Kimley Horn. And, we feel like what we're proposing is the most cost-efficient solution. It's not going to be forever, despite Randy's tears. I think they're welling up. But we've got a number of projects that need to be that need to be finished, and Rick is the best person to see those through. So ultimately, I think his travel plans are going to interfere. He has worked a long time and deserves to enjoy travel and enjoying retirement with his wife. But
So, Randy, I have one question right off the bat. How long do you really think that you would need Rick to be here? Honest answer.
Best case scenario, maybe to the end of the year, maybe. But I don't know that we can keep him till then. 3 to 6 months, I'd be happy.
Are there fees associated with Kimley Horn?
Are you telling us that Kimley Horn costs more than Rick's going to cost?
Yeah, I promise you, and I think I'll put Trenton on the spot, that they can't provide the same quality of project management services. Rick has the knowledge, the expertise. I mean, if any professional service contract you bill based on experience, whether that's city attorney or city engineer, we all sat and said, you know, Rick's the best person. Rick, again, has agreed to stay on for some amount of time, but there'll be a set date. You know, he wants to enjoy retirement for the second time since he's retired for the second time.
So one more question.
So you think that it'd probably be like 6 months?
Yeah, have you talked to him last, I guess, Randy? Yeah.
That's kind of what I was getting from him, his feeling he could maybe stay on for another 6 months part-time.
So is that dollar amount, it said monthly. So is that just, I mean, we're not paying them on vacation, are we? Oh,
So probably for perspective, a principal, you know, if we were to hire a third party, probably bills at $250 an hour, $200 an hour. So, you know, I'm confident we'll get more from Rick in a monthly fee as proposed in the agreement than we would on an hourly fee, whether that's with Kimley Horn or, you know, a different consultant. So if that answers the question, I think it's the business decision. The work has to be done to see these projects through, and I think working with Rick will be the least cost.
So we've known for at least a year that Rick's planning on retiring. How much work was done to try to get, and nothing against you, sir, at all, how much work have you done to make sure that Rick has handed off the majority of what he knows before we got to this point?
It's a good question, council member. So a lot of the projects are based on a development schedule that we don't control. So, you know, as you're aware, some of the bigger developments are sort of hitting all at once. We've got our bond projects that are going to construction. We know there will be a transition in the future when Rick's no longer with us, and that function will then transition back to Kimley Horn, which previous to Rick, I believe, I don't believe Mark White was an engineer, and so Kimley Horn had more involvement in the civil side review, project management, that sort of thing. So we're in a transition where it'll go back to Kimley Horn.
Mary, you have any questions?
And are we expecting Rick to work 40 hours a week for full-time for that fee that we've set up? Or is he just going to be a part-time worker?
Yeah, so it's a monthly fee.
He could work 6 hours and then he's still getting the paid same?
Yeah, Randy's had some discussions. Look, Rick has the best interests of the city at heart. He really does.
He's also got retirement at heart, too.
Yeah, Randy, you want to address that?
He does. He's as much at Saginaw as anybody sitting in this room. And you would not believe that, being he's not from Saginaw. From day one since he's got here, he's committed to Saginaw. He always does everything in the best interest of Saginaw. And if y'all approve this, trust me, I'm going to wear him out. But I just was informed today that the industrial project, TxDOT is going to. They've already got the approval for the gas line clearance over there, so they're going to try to fast track and start that project too. So we've got that, we've got Knowles, we've got all these things going on, and a lot of these things Rick has right here that he can just make things happen.
So all this is going to be due to what you call and ask and want him to do, correct?
To help me.
Yes. Oh, I understand. It's to help the whole city, and I get that
Yes.
part. But,
And I think even Susie, she's going to bounce things off him for the, P&Z stuff.
So, like, I just want to say this because somebody else said it. So he's not just going to work 6 hours a month and then get paid.
Oh, no.
Okay. That's what I think they were kind of concerned about. So, okay. So it's going to be.
I'm going to try to get more than that.
As much as you can. You're going to get at least
a
10
day.
hours, right? I got you. I got you. Okay.
I'd like to highlight that the day after he retired, he was already back.
Yeah.
He's been working in and out. We see him in his little cargo shirts, his little
He probably really didn't want to retire. He just wanted, yes.
He, every time we've already, like today, just today, we called him probably 3 or 4 times today, and he's always there to answer and help us without even a contract in place. So, like Randy said, he has that servant heart, and he really wants to get for Saginaw. So
Oh, I don't think anybody
Oh, my
has
goodness.
that, yeah.
I think it would be really good for our transition as well. I think that Public Works Department is headed towards a different level as well, because I think there's a lot of more passionate and driven people that want to see some change. So I think he's definitely the vital part to that key.
Okay. Nick, Charles, do you have anything else to add? Because we have one person that wants to say something.
Nah, I mean, to me, it's you're invested in the knowledge that he has and the expertise, and you're de-risking the risk that you're putting on the city. When you do risk, you do what's the probability of something happening, and then do what is the effect if that probability actually happens. And so
I understand.
It's pretty easy.
I understand. Any other questions? We have one person that wants to talk, Carmen Drake.
Where'd Carmen go?
She left.
Is this about the Rick? Or this one on there?
Yeah, this is for Rick, Carmen Drake.
Oh, well, I raised my hand before, but I didn't put one in there, but I was.
Oh. Did you have a paper in here?
No, not on that one.
Oh, okay. I didn't see one, so that's fine.
You want to speak?
I seen her here earlier.
Can he still speak, or how's that work?
It's not about, she's gone.
Oh, is it about Rick that you want to speak? You'll have to fill out a paper real quick.
And while we're waiting on Mr. Pete, I want to commend Mr. Director for the great job that he did here tonight. Normally, it's the Rick Trice show, but I love the fact that you have brought your department in here, and we've been able to get to know these people, on a face-to-face basis. I've heard Jared's name all the time. I couldn't pick you out of a crowd.
I know him.
Well, I know you do, but I don't. But I mean, it's great. I think you're starting off with a bang, and you're headed in the right direction. So
I appreciate that. These guys, Jared, most of these guys I brought in, they worked under me. We've been in the same holes, pumping water, fixing stuff. So they're good guys, good crew.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Pete, if you want to state your name and address, and you get 3 minutes.
John Pete, 644 Fox Run Trail, Saginaw, Texas, 76179. I got a chance to meet Mr. Reinhardt and figure out what he was doing, and just because of all this getting involved with the property issue and notifications and stuff like that. And the time I got a chance to work with Rick Price, very professional, knowledgeable, and just like what Mr. Lawson's saying, you cannot take away any of the experience and expertise that he brings with it from knowledge not only the codes, but in dealing with inner cities and stuff like that. Because Mr. Newsom I was going to go pay a visit to him and see what he was doing, because with Mr. Reinhardt, I suggested a process flow, kind of a process workflow, best business practices and stuff, so that we don't get caught blindsided or looking at, to be forewarned is to be foretold, and issues like that. So for 6 months, if Rick is willing to pass on that knowledge and the mentorship that goes along with it, you're right, it should have been done before if you had that opportunity a year before. All depends on what leadership style you have. You can mentor somebody you can and can't, but professional. And that's what I was going to do, pay his office a visit and find out what the zones and codings and stuff like that does, from get a working knowledge of it, stuff like that. So, yeah, if he wants to be willing to do it and he's got his best interests at heart, absolutely. So I guess whenever he's there, we may be able to do a tag-along.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, so now I'll entertain a motion for the consideration to provide professional services between City of Saginaw and Rick Trice.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we accept the agreement to provide professional services between the City of Saginaw and Rick Trice.
Do I have a second? Nick Lawson. Everybody for it? Right hand? Unanimous.
For 6
Janice.
months.
Thank you all. Thank you, Randy.
That's unanimous, so boy, you're going to have to work hard now.
Thank y'all.
Okay, number 18 is presentation regarding pavement management program, and once again, that's Randy Newsom.
And I'm actually going to steal this one from Randy.
Thank you, ma'am.
So one of the items on the 2022 annual strategic project list and work plan is to develop a formal pavement management system. I think Randy thinks it's a race to see who can get their item done first because he's been wearing us out. Actually, he kind of cheated and got started early, which makes sense since he's a Sooner fan. And so I have my partner from Kimley Horn here, Tim Miller, to help give an update on this pavement management program and where we're at and kind of where we're headed. So I'll let Tim take it away. And I think one of the reasons we've been on a tight schedule, proactive with this, is because some of the discussions from here will lead to budgeting items as we move forward. So I'll let Tim take it away.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, council members, for this opportunity. My name is Tim Miller. I work with Trenton and others at Kimley Horn. I really focus on pavement management as a pavement engineer. That's my background. And so I consult with cities really all over the country to implement and develop pavement management programs. And so I wanted to share with you some of the work that we've undertaken over the past couple months and what some of the implications of that work are for the city of Saginaw. Okay. So just broadly, before we get into Saginaw specifics, I'd like to talk about what we mean by pavement management. Number one, we're looking to protect the investment of your roadway network. Your roadway network is worth hundreds of millions of dollars in replacement cost. If you consider what it costs to replace, 1 mile of pavement, it's often millions of dollars. And you've got over 100 miles, centerline miles of pavement in your city. That's a huge investment that you've already invested in. And so a pavement management program helps us to maximize that value and ensure that we're getting the most life out of the pavement network. Safety is obviously a concern. We want to make sure that our pavements are safe for the motoring public. A pavement management program allows us to make informed decisions. We collect objective condition data that allows us to understand the network as a whole. Anyone in this room has certainly driven over portions of the Saginaw network, but you probably haven't seen all 100 miles of the city. And so in analyzing the full network, we're able to make objective decisions about what work to do and when to do it. The pavement management program also allows us to determine appropriate funding levels, and so there will be some discussion toward the end of the presentation that speaks to budget levels. Ultimately, we're looking to save money. If we can complete these repairs on a timely basis, we're able to maximize the value of the pavement and prolong the lifespan. And so we have a saying, if I can sum up pavement management in a nutshell, it's to apply the right treatments at the right place at the right time. And it's a bit of an art and a bit of a science. But what it looks like is we're really trying to answer 5 questions. Number one, what do I have? So what is my inventory? How much pavement do I have? Is it concrete? Is it asphalt? What is the functional classification? What is the traffic volume on each of these roads? So that's really step 1 in developing a pavement management program. Step 2 is what condition is it in? And I'll get into that data collection component in a couple slides. But we need to know the condition of the pavement so that we can objectively compare the different sections and make objective decisions. Once we have that condition data, we look to answer 3 questions, and these are relevant to the budget process. What types of work do I need to do? Do I need to fully reconstruct the pavement, or do I need to do a surface treatment? There's a whole range of treatments that we can apply to the surface, and so the pavement management program allows us to look at the types of work that need to be done, when they need to be completed. Is this a priority right now, or can it wait 5 years? And how much is it going to cost? And so you'll see that this is really a cyclical process, because as we're completing work, we're updating that inventory. Those conditions are changing, And so this process is meant to repeat itself typically on a 3 to 5 year basis. So I believe this may be the first time we're implementing this. Trenton, is that correct?
Yeah, I think in previous years, y'all would kind of do boots on the ground. Obviously, you can't walk 100 miles. But yeah, this is the first year we've really taken a deep dive into this.
Okay. So the goal of this program then is to stay ahead of the curve. And what do I mean by that? Well, pavement, like any asset, whether it's a sewer pipe, a water pipe, your house, your car, this is an asset that degrades over time. That rate of degradation is not necessarily linear, but so what we're trying to do is fix the pavements before they, let's call it, fall off the cliff and become prohibitively expensive to repair. And so if you're able to look at the chart on the left side, you'll see that color scale, and I'll get more into what the numbers mean in a few minutes. But the city of Saginaw is actually right at that, it's at about a 69 or a 70 right now, and it's right at the edge of that cliff where, as again, we're not talking about a single street, but the network as a whole, we're on the verge of repairs becoming much more expensive. So the idea with a pavement management program is not only to focus on the bad roads, but also to keep the good roads in good condition, which in turn saves money in the long run. So if we look at the inventory, what do we have in the city? We have approximately 102 center line miles of pavement. About a third of that is paved in asphalt, and 2/3 of that is paved in concrete. As part of this program, we've captured that network spatially in GIS. We've divided that network into what we call sections, and there's almost 1,000 block-to-block sections in the city of Saginaw. So it's a lot to manage, and anyone on the Public Works Department can attest to how much work it is to manage this. But there's a lot of decisions to be made when you're dealing with 1,000 segments. You can't touch everything every year. So again, what are we choosing this year? What are we choosing next year? And what makes the most sense in the long run? Once we've established the inventory, we look at the condition. We completed field inspections a few months ago, and I'll talk about the equipment in a few slides. We're looking to establish a condition score. That condition score is on a scale of 0, being terrible pavement, basically gravel, to a score of 100, which would be a brand new road. And so the roads all fall within that spectrum. From a data collection perspective, we obviously collected pavement condition information, but we also inventoried signs and curb and gutter. So as capital projects are being built, you'll also have an idea of some of the other assets that may factor into those larger projects. We used a data collection vehicle called the Iris Pro PAVE vehicle back in, I believe it was late February, early March that we collected this data. It's a highly sophisticated vehicle that gives us a very detailed and objective view of the pavement conditions. It's really the best on the market out there. That's why we partner with this company, ICC, to provide these services. And so through a number of laser sensors, cameras, and other systems, we're able to capture really everything in the field of view, both looking at the roadway and then at the right-of-way as well. Now, this data falls into a standard method of analysis. We follow the ASTM D6433 method. It's a standard method that was developed back in the 70s, actually for the Department of Defense. The military wanted to get a sense of where their airfields and their military bases were, and so they developed this system to come up with an objective way to compare one location with another and allocate funding appropriately. And so this is really the industry standard method for assessing pavement conditions. It addresses both asphalt and concrete pavements, and it develops what we call the pavement condition index, or the PCI value, and that's that 0 to 100 scale that I talked about. So what is that PCI value? It really is based on three things. It's dependent on the distress type. So are we looking at rutting? Are we looking at cracking? Are we looking at other pavement defects? What severity of distress is that? There's typically 3 severity levels depending on how big that crack is or how big that pothole is. And then how much of it is there within that pavement area. And so we combine those 3 things in this analysis, and that's what gives us that 0 to 100 score for that specific pavement section, that block-to-block pavement section. So we've got 968 scores across the pavement network using this methodology. So where are the current conditions in Saginaw? We're currently at a PCI of 69, and if you recall, I believe it was slide 4, where I had that sliding scale or that degradation curve, you'll note that we're really kind of at that threshold where conditions will start to decline rather precipitously if we don't take action and employ what we're calling a mix of fixes to address the range of conditions that we're seeing across the pavement. And so you'll see we've got a color-coded map on the slide with the green colors representing good pavements, transitioning down to yellow being in that intermediate range, and then the darker red and the darker colors representing pavements in poor condition. If we drill down a little bit further, you can see where that deterioration really is. In general, and I think this is the good news in Saginaw, is that 2/3 of your network is concrete or PCC, and that's generally in good condition, largely due to, recent CIP projects and other large projects that the city's undertaken. Those projects are reflected in these scores, so we can see that work is paying off in terms of these values and these numbers. I think where the challenge lies is really in the asphalt streets, where we have a lot more issues. And I would say that almost 60% of the asphalt roads are in that poor or worse condition. So that's really where, at this point, where the majority of the issues lie with the pavement network. Okay, so I talked about the inventory, I talked about the conditions. The next step or the next question that we try to answer is, when do we need to do the work? And so there's a couple strategies that agencies employ. I think the temptation is often to look at the worst streets first and say, these are the worst streets, we want to fix those first. And there is a need to do that, but those projects are the most expensive. They're going to consume the most resources. And so balancing that expenditure on the reconstruction projects with either preventive or routine maintenance actually provides your most bang for your buck. You're able to keep the streets that you may have rehabilitated recently, you're able to maintain the conditions in a good condition while also kind of bringing up those bottom scores to a reasonable condition. So that mix of fixes or that balance of work is really what we see as most effective in a pavement management program. There's a lot of options when it comes to the actual treatments, and most agencies will only employ 3 or 4 different types of treatments. What do I mean when I say treatment? I'm talking about things like crack sealing, patching, a mill and overlay, potentially reconstruction. And there's a whole range of and some nuance in those different treatments, different types. But for an agency like Saginaw, we're typically looking at 3 to 4 different treatment types for each pavement type. So 3 to 4 things for concrete, 3 to 4 things for asphalt. Okay? So we've got the conditions. We can then assign what an appropriate treatment would be based on that condition. The big question is, how much is it going to cost? And that's where we start to model different budget scenarios to investigate, if I have $1 million a year, what does that buy me? If I have $5 million a year, what does that buy me? $10 million a year. And so we can look at different scenarios both from a budget-driven perspective, if we have a fixed budget, $2 million, $3 million, whatever that number is, or we can look at it from a performance-driven perspective. So I know that my PCI is currently a 69 in Saginaw. I'd like to maintain that over 5 years. How much is that going to cost? Or, we'd really like to improve the conditions overall, the pavement conditions overall. We'd like to be at a PCI of 75 or 80. How much additional spending do I need to put into the network to achieve those results? And so there's some different modeling and different scenarios that we can run to generate some of that budget information.
So, earlier you said the sweet spot was between 80 and 85?
80 and 85?
Between 80 and 85, that's kind of where you want to hit?
For the preventive maintenance, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So the highest, just for other context and from other agencies that we've worked with, really the upper limit that an agency can expect to see on a network level is really 85 to 90. That's at a very good road conditions across the network with very little backlog.
You're the expert here. What should we be hitting at? Well, what should be our goal? 70, 60? Is 69 good?
I would say that 69 or 70 is pretty typical for a city like Saginaw, but as we'll see in a couple slides, to maintain that over the next 5 years will likely require an increase in budget. So these budget scenarios allow us to look at where we're at now and if we'd like to maintain, and I would say that's a reasonable goal for Saginaw, to at least over the next 5 years, let's maintain this condition. When we come back and look at the roads again, hey, we've improved or we've at least stabilized where we're at, because the fact of the matter is your roads are deteriorating every year very quickly, right? And we're starting to see that drop in condition happen a little more quickly. And so we're kind of, over that honeymoon period where, conditions are good for a couple years, we don't see any distress. We're now a bit beyond that, I think, where we're starting to see more severe issues, particularly on the asphalt pavements.
Yeah. I look at this as like an engineering backed up curve, kind of sort of. Okay? Are you familiar with that?
Sure.
Okay, good. So, and I'm trying to, in my mind, lay this over time. And so I see here where you got this $1 for rehabilitation here. So what I'm trying to say is, okay, how much if I say I want to keep my roads at 70, this number you got, what's that going to cost me per repair, per thing, versus if I want to move it up to 85? Where's my profitability? Where's my sweet spot?
Sure.
What am I shooting?
Sure. And so if we... Yep, and if we get to, I'll skip ahead here. What we're seeing, at least in our initial analysis, and again, this is over 5 years, we're looking at approximately $8 million a year to maintain conditions at a 70 over the next 5 years. And that would entail a mix of reconstruction projects, which you're already handling through your CIP program. There's likely an elevated need to increase that side of the budget. But what we're also seeing is that there's a need to increase the maintenance budget as well. And I believe we're on the order of $350,000, give or take, per year. I think that's really what's going to allow you to preserve what you already have. And if we go back to some of those initial pie charts, you've got a lot of pavement that's in that prime zone for that preventive maintenance, for the crack sealing and the surface treatments, things that will really help maintain the condition as it exists now. It's not going to fix the road totally like an overlay or like a reconstruction project would, but you can at least maintain those conditions over time. And so I think that's one of our primary initial findings, beyond just needing to elevate the funding overall, is really to make sure that we're shifting enough of that into the preventive maintenance to maintain what we do have already. So I'll skip ahead a little bit here. I talked about stretching the funding. I think that balance of that mix of fixes will allow us to touch more mileage per year. If we can touch, 10 to 15, even 20% of the network on an annual basis, I think that's tremendous progress. And again, that's not just reconstruction. That's here we're crack sealing, there we're surface treating. Maybe there is a CIP project or two. But really trying to balance that work so that we're not focused on one end of the spectrum or other is what's going to help maintain and achieve those longer-term goals. And I'm happy to go into these other slides in a little bit more detail. It really just demonstrates what that mix of fixes looks like, the different types of treatments that could be applied, how much mileage is actually being touched with each of these treatments, and then what that cost is. And so I know the print is relatively small here, but on the top graph you can see there's a kind of a balance of the different treatment types. And then on the bottom set of charts, you'll see that the highest costs are really for the asphalt and the concrete reconstruction. And so that's really what's consuming the majority of the budget in these projections. And so if we can balance that where we are treating the top end along with the bottom end, I think that balanced approach is what's going to help you, over the next 5 years to at least maintain your current conditions. Yes, sir.
You said we were at 69, right there. Sorry.
Yep.
So we're just beginning to start sloping down, and it's going to start here pretty soon. How long have we got before we really start negatively impacting? How much time have we got here to play with?
I mean, to be honest, I would say you're already there on the asphalt side. And I'm going to go all the way back to the beginning here so you can see. Yeah, right here. So the asphalt side, that left pie chart, 60% of the roads are already they've already kind of fallen off that cliff. We've missed the opportunity to employ.
And that's where you're saying mix it in, fix some of them, do some.
That's correct. Yep. And so really the opportunity for some of that preventive maintenance is really both for concrete and asphalt. You'll see on the right side, that right pie chart, that's your concrete network. If you can start to inject enough funding to maintain the concrete, I mean, you've spent millions of dollars on these big CIP projects. Let's make sure that those roads are meeting their design life 20, 30, 40 years. That's going to require patching, that's going to require crack sealing and other fixes along the way. In some ways, like I said, on the AC side, the ship has already sailed, and really the only thing we can do is, a mill and overlay with some of those deeper repairs or the reconstruction. And so I think if you look at it in these terms, there's a lot of pavement that kind of falls within that spectrum. And so, I think you're okay on the concrete side with that renewed focus on some of the maintenance, along with some of the CIP work that you're already doing. On the asphalt side, I think it's a little more dire, if I can put it that way. But it's only a third of your network, so you have less of it to deal with. There's not as much out there. It's maybe 30, 35 miles. So again, it becomes kind of a complex optimization of, okay, we know we have a lot of needs. Where do I even start? And so that's one of the objectives of this program, is to build out that 5-year program and come up with some concrete projects that can be executed by Public Works and by others in the coming years. Yes, ma'am.
When you finish, I'll just wait till your presentation's over.
Okay. I just have one slide at the end, just some closing thoughts on my end. And so if it's all right, I'll skip to the end, and then if we have to skip back, we can certainly do that. So I was really encouraged to hear the water presentation earlier, because a lot of times, we can't execute these projects in a vacuum. We can't do just the roadway work or just the sewer work. And so making sure that the master plans on the roadway side align with the water and wastewater plans, I think, is going to be really critical. And so there's ways to do that in GIS and in other kind of analytical tools to figure out, through a SUMP program or through other means, but aligning those capital needs on the roadway side with the water and wastewater side is one way to kind of help prioritize that work in general. I think the big takeaway is, we can spend a little bit now, or we can spend a lot more later. And it's, prices are only going up. Inflation has only been going up. Materials are only getting more expensive. The more that we can inject into the network now, the more benefit we're going to reap in the long term. And so focusing on keeping what we have in good condition while also fixing that really bad stuff, balancing that investment, balancing that workload, I think is really the key to prolonging that asset value. And the point that I don't have up here was really to integrate some of those other utility projects and that utility work into the plan to make sure that, you know, we're not building a new road, coming back 2 years later, hey, we need to replace the sewer now. And you may have all seen that or had experience doing that, and as a pavement engineer, it just breaks my heart every time I see a new sewer line go in a brand new road. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you may have. Yes, ma'am.
Is part of your assessment of the condition of the roads, would it ever include if an asphalt section needed redoing, would there ever be a decision made to redo that in concrete?
Yes, and that's something that actually happens quite often. I think if you were to look at the kind of the long-term life cycle cost, I think a concrete road is likely to cost more upfront, so you're spending more, maybe twice as much as an asphalt road, but you're potentially getting 2 times more life with that concrete. So a lot of agencies are transitioning from asphalt to concrete because they are able to realize a longer life, and we certainly have design standards within, you know, at the city that allow us to construct pavements for that longer design life.
And is there a rule of thumb as to what size street would, like, oh, well, that's too small to use concrete? Is there that rule of thumb of, well, that's a pretty not very well-traveled road, so should we use concrete?
Wherever you have heavy truck traffic, those streets in particular would be good candidates for concrete. It really is the traffic loading and specifically the trucks that do the most damage to pavements. So if you have industrial corridors or industrial or large, you know, commercial centers, I would say those are probably your best candidates for concrete. The local roads, residential streets, there's not as much truck traffic. You may have a garbage truck, you may have moving trucks and other vehicles, but you know, your car, your personal truck is really not going to damage the pavement. It's really those heavier trucks, and so that concrete concentrated in those industrial areas is potentially a good place to start.
One other question.
Sure.
Is McElroy near the railroad crossings? Is that concrete?
That would be
Just some of it.
I think that's asphalt on the east side.
The approaches are asphalt. Yeah.
I was just wondering if a concrete solution approaching the railroad tracks on either side would solve the problem of after a few years those railroad tracks are bouncy and it really causes a lot of problems with people's vehicles.
Sure.
So would a concrete solution, or is there already a concrete solution and it doesn't help?
A concrete approach to the railroad would be a good idea from a design perspective for the reasons that you indicate, especially with when the trains do go through, the gates go down, that standing traffic on the roadway can cause the rutting or the shoving of asphalt particularly. So if you've got those heavy loads that are just stopped in really hot weather, you're going to see some of those pavement distresses that bring down that score. So I think in general that's a good suggestion leading up.
And I think our residents would be so happy if we could fix that problem of going over those railroad tracks on McElroy where they are just, you have to go down to like 1 mile an hour. A lot of people won't do that.
Sure.
I guess they don't care if they run their car, but you pretty much have to go down to 1 mile an hour to not have it adversely affect your vehicle.
Sure.
So.
And I'll say, unfortunately, the east side of McElroy wasn't in the bond program, but it is on the CIP list. So every year we do update those costs. Hopefully, planning on executing that project in the near future. One other thing you touched on, you asked which roads would we look to replace for concrete. We're pretty much a default concrete project from here on out. I think the only ones we would look to redo in asphalt might be the green and yellow, the fair condition ones, where we may look to mill and overlay or keep doing preventive maintenance. But I think, and one big part of this is moving forward. I don't know if y'all are going to be able to promise Randy $1 million tonight every year, but we will be looking into, he mentioned a sump program, and so did Jared. It's a street utility maintenance program, and that's where we take a holistic look at like 5 years, and we plan out which streets will get the new concrete, sewer, water lines, sidewalks, stuff like that, and make sure that it is in the CIP budget. It's, spreading into the appropriate neighborhoods, stuff like that. So that's kind of one of the takeaways that Tim's not able to give us right now, but he's teeing that up to where we can develop that program.
Okay.
I'm very glad to hear, because that was going to be my question to Gabe. Okay, we got all this great data that we paid to get now. When are you going to bring this back? How are we going to keep from totally falling off the cliff? So I guess then back to, how long before we kind of maybe get an insight into this to how we keep from getting any worse than what we are and start treading water and keeping away from this?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what I was joking about earlier is he's been pretty proactive in trying to make sure we can get a decision so that we can have it in the CIP plan about which streets we want to start reconstructing. And right now they're very efficient with the $330,000, $350 they get every year. But I think, if we were able to increase that budget item, it would be used immediately, especially with the connection Randy has with the county and access to equipment. So, yeah, I think it would be looking to implement it as soon as the budget's available. And those smaller sections just obviously are a lot easier to design. One thing I did want to point out on the 22nd slide where it kind of breaks down the cost per treatment type. So he mentioned $8 million, and I saw a few eyeballs get really big. That was the $8 million was to maintain about 70 PCI over the next 5 years, I believe. $8 million per year. We did a rough calculation of, and it's reflected in this slide, of with the bond program, about how much are we spending every year to reconstruct Knowles phases 1, 2, 3, and McElroy phases 3 and 4, the west side. It ranges from $4 to $6 million a year. So that $8 million isn't a brand new $8 million on streets. It's part of the bond program y'all have already committed.
Yeah, to me, what I guess again about is out of our budgeting things like that, in order to keep our roads in decent shape. How much more would we have to spend above and beyond what we currently are doing?
Yeah, I think the bottom line number, and this, there's a lot of variables, but I'm thinking if you're spending $4 to $6 million in the CIP project, and Tim, help me out if I'm messing this up, I'm thinking you are needing that $1 to $2 million in the preventive maintenance and maybe into the sump program. Is that about right?
I'd say that's about right. Yeah, our initial estimate was around $1 million for the preventive maintenance and maybe an additional $1 million to $2 million for other work that's maybe not in the program currently. So that's potentially how we get to that $7 to $8 million mark long term.
Yeah, and Randy mentioned too that doesn't necessarily need to be in an annual budget item, but it can be in a next bond program that can then be spread out over years rather than just an additional line item in the budget. So there's a few different approaches to it.
Okay.
Well, that's I guess you either go back every few years and back to the trough and ask for more bond money, or else you figure out how to cover it in your annual budget. It's my household. I don't get to do that. So to me, if this is an annual cost to keeping our roads, then it should be in part of our annual budget. That's just So we said that's about what, $1 to $2 million more? We're thinking
Roughly.
wrong.
I have a question, sir. First of all, you've already addressed my question. What's beneath the surface, the utilities and things? I'm sure it's more than water and sewer. I'm sure there's gas and electric and all those other things. That is traffic analysis taken into consideration for these roads as well, as far as how quickly the roads deteriorate because of traffic. We all understand Texas weather, that's a given. So is that part of your studies?
It is, yes. So the functional classification of the roadway is considered. So whether it's a collector, an arterial, a local road, that factors into.
Is that just a label, or are you looking at actual hard data, the number of vehicles and things that go over?
So there's two parts. There's the classification of the roadway itself, which there are specific design standards for specific classifications. We're also looking at traffic data as well. Most of that comes from TxDOT, so we're integrating that into the analysis as well. And so the way that all of this kind of fits together, you've got the condition information, the PCI value, you've got the traffic information, the traffic count information, functional classification. There's a few other parameters we look at, but the goal is to come up with what we call the CBV, or the cost-benefit value. And so in generating that cost-benefit value, we're able to start to rank order the streets in terms of priority or need beyond just that kind of 0 to 100 scale. And so that when we start to look at actually selecting the streets to put in a program to actually fix, we look at that CBV value, which incorporates some of the parameters that I mentioned.
Okay. And I know we're going to be working on Knowles here soon, so traffic is going to reroute. They're going to find other roads. Those roads are going to receive a lot more wear and tear on them. We need to take those into consideration as well. How many times have trains blocked Saginaw Boulevard? And I've watched big trucks go up South Hampshire, go up Thompson, cross on Southern and Palomino, where they really have no business going, and they don't drive slow.
Sure.
These guys know how wide their trucks are, and they know, okay, I'll fit through that little space with those cars.
Sure.
I guess they think because they're going fast, they're lighter. I don't know. It bothers me. Are there any new materials on the horizon for paving roads?
So the advancements that are being made are typically in the asphalt binder through the process of the addition of different modifications. So there's different things you can add into the asphalt to help to improve the performance in hot conditions like you have here in Saginaw. So better high temperature performance. The other thing that we're seeing a lot of interest in is something called a rejuvenator, which is applied shortly after an asphalt road is built, typically 2 to 3 years after that road is built. It looks like just a thin black coating. It doesn't provide any structural support, but what it does is it replenishes kind of the stickiness of the asphalt. So what happens with the asphalt is that it oxidizes and becomes brittle over time. And so it replenishes that stickiness, which helps to push off the cracking for additional years. And so that would be a treatment that we would recommend shortly after either a mill and overlay or really any asphalt road that's been rebuilt recently. The challenge is often that you've just rebuilt the road. We can kind of walk away from it thinking that it's good, but really it's that very narrow window after it's been built that we can take action to push off that degradation further. And so that would be one of our recommendations in the maintenance program would be anytime you've rebuilt an asphalt road, and it sounds like we may be transitioning to concrete in many cases, but when it's an appropriate solution, it's a good solution to maintain that new condition. And residents love it because it looks like they're getting a new road. It has that aesthetic appeal. It looks like it's brand new, and it really does help with some of the cracking and other distresses that pop up.
Okay. And this one may be for Randy. Some of the maintenance that Tim's talking about, are we able to do that ourselves, or is all of this going to have to be contracted out?
The crack sealing and stuff like that, we do it in-house to an extent. We have looked into getting some contractors. Hard to find them right now. But most of the mill and overlay, stuff like that, we contract out, usually trying to utilize the county on most of our projects.
And promise my last question. I was looking through one of your pie charts, and the failed areas like 0.3 or 0.7. The number's so tiny I can barely read it on one of your charts.
That's good news, right? There's not too many failed sections.
Right, but I was just curious where they are. Or is.
That's
Hoping maybe one.
Good question. I know it's in our map, and it may be hard to see.
It says 1% here on this one.
Yeah.
If I take my glasses off.
My guess, and I'm sorry I don't have an exact answer for you. My guess is that it would be kind of in that lower, like the southwest quadrant, kind of in the lower southwest area. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the street names as well as Randy and Trenton are, but
Park West.
The Park West area.
Oh, it is Park West.
Park West area is worse than the Rancho.
I think some of the failed areas are in the
Yeah.
industrial area
I would've
too,
thought
on the east side.
We'll provide
just east.
We'll provide it. So as part of our deliverable, you'll have a full listing of the streets. You'll also have maps and a GIS file.
Yeah, because we can't read these.
Yeah, and it's
Some of us
very
are
small,
old.
but I'm happy to provide a larger exhibit so that you can see it a little bit better.
And one of the tools that came with this analysis is that Drive program. There's a screenshot of it on one of the slides.
It's slide 16. This is an online analysis tool that we've developed at Kimley Horn to kind of visualize some of the condition results. And so I've just got a clip of it here, but this will be a tool that's available to the city for the viewing of the data and the viewing of the budget and some of the programming information that is coming out of this program.
And that'll have a map, and what we're going to do is integrate like the sidewalk analysis that we're doing with the ADA program. So all of that will be compiled into here to where we can run new scenarios. We can, when we get new data every 3 to 5 years, we can update it. So this program is way smarter than us, really helpful. And we can create exhibits as well from that.
Well, and any other of your utility information that's represented spatially, water, wastewater, gas lines, all of that line work can be overlaid as well, so you can see not only the condition of the road, but, okay, where are we intersecting some of those other utilities as well. Well, I'm glad because I love showing people this kind of information, so I'm glad.
All right.
Sure.
Thank you so much, sir. Any other questions? Thank you, sir, very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Number 19 is the budget workshop with Ms. Kim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. For the budget workshop tonight, we've got two things. The last thing we're going to talk about is the slide that you asked for last time on the senior exemptions. But first, I'm going to introduce the management analyst. So usually during the budget process, we may look at a fee or two or a group of fees. But this year, I was super excited. It's been on my list of things to do probably since I've gotten here, is to take a comprehensive look at all of the fees. And we had a great group of management analysts. It was led by John, and they're all going to speak with you tonight. They each took a section. It was John, Susie, Kevin, Jerry, Abdullah, and Job. And they did a really great job. This is a huge undertaking to compare, look at all of our fees, really dig into what they are, compare it to other cities. And they did a fantastic job, and they are going to present what they found to you. And we will include that as part of our next year's budget. So these recommendations will be included for October 1st.
I want to thank Kim for giving us the assignment and then just the encouragement you've been giving us. But I'll go ahead and start here. So on our first slide, pull this up. So these are the comparison cities that we based our project on. So we have Bedford, Haltom City, Keller, Southlake, and Watauga. So essentially what we did is we looked at their ordinances, we looked at their websites for their master fee schedules, or in cases where we couldn't find the information, we actually just gave them a call and said, hey, what do you guys charge for this specific service. And after we compiled that information, we went ahead and talked to the department heads, asking them for their feedback on what they thought was something that they wanted to change or what wanted us to look into more. So all the numbers that I'm going to be presenting here are some of the recommendations of the department heads. So I'll start with the first department that I have here as the police. Now, the police didn't have too many fees that they charge, but one of them that they did want to go ahead and change is the security alarm permits. So currently we're charging $15 for security alarm permits, and that's for both business and residential properties. Now, this differentiates between from the 5 cities that we looked at, because a lot of them are doing it based on residential versus business, and a lot of that has to do with the levels of activity that they have. And from looking at the numbers, we're actually the lowest of the 5 cities. Most of the fees range from $25 to $100. So we bumped up the business side of the security alarm permit to $50, and we kept the residential at $15, as to not keep a burden on our residents. All right. And then we also have fire hydrant meter rentals. This is essentially a service that we provide to contractors who are doing work on job sites where they need to have either a large quantity of water or there's just not, let's say, somewhere to get it nearby. So we currently charge $1,400 for this. That's the deposit for the fire hydrant meter rental, and then they also have the fees that they pay for the water usage. But we recommend changing the deposit from $1,400 to $2,335. The reason for that is because of the cost of the actual fire hydrant meter. The most recent one that we purchased, Jerry told me there was $2,029, and we went ahead and added a 15% for that, just for the time to go and get it, but also because from what I've heard from Randy is that a lot of the costs associated with fire hydrant meter rentals or fire hydrant meters are increasing with the supply chain, having difficulties in getting people those meters. Yep. The deposit is refundable.
So when they get done with it, we give them back the money.
So essentially they're paying for the water usage.
Usually the deposit pays for their last bill. So when they turn it in, it offsets the cost of the water that they've used.
Is there a reason why you picked just an odd, I know it's a calculation, but why not 2,500?
So we went with
just round numbers. I mean, it's easier for Kim.
With 15%, just because I know a lot of the when there's.
But you said the prices are going up, so.
Yeah, so that's why we chose the 15% to kind of offset that as it continues to grow up. I don't know if this is something we'll have to revisit next year based off what the prices look like for fire hydrant meters, but the 15% was just kind of that consideration of it possibly going up. And then the other fee associated with fire hydrant meters, we have reading violation fees. So one of the issues that we have when we rent them out is that in some cases, the contractors won't give us the meter readings, which is essentially how we bill them for their water usage. So by introducing a violation fee, we kind of have a motivation for them to give us those readings each month, you know. So the violation fee, it would be $150, and that's not something we currently charge.
$150 per violation?
Yes, per violation. And that fee, we got it based off of what other cities are charging as well.
I didn't know it was just one time.
Yeah.
What do they do? They have to have it in to you by a certain time?
Yeah, so we get those every 15th of the month. So if they're going over onto the 16th, 17th, 18th, then that's when we would go ahead and fee them for that. All right. Moving to the next one. So building residential fees that we have. The first one that we're looking at is the Board of Adjustments variance application. Based on the 5 cities, we saw that they range from $100 all the way up to $500. We currently charge $100, so we're on that lower end. So we decided that it was best if we change that to $150, and that also puts it closer to what we charge for our subdivision variances, which are $200. Then we also have demolition permits, which we charge currently $125 flat fee for both residential and commercial. When I spoke with Larry in the building department, he said that there's a lot more, there's more processes you have to go through usually with commercial properties, whether that's an audit you might have to go through or asbestos surveys and stuff of that nature. So it's just the time that it takes to go ahead and do those permits. So that's why we've decided to go ahead and increase that commercial side. And this actually puts us in line exactly with a city like Watauga. So they charge the 150 and the 125. And then the final, the final building residential fee that we're looking at, this is a completely new one, pool demolition permit. This is not something that we currently charge for. But also based off of what Larry let me know is that it's an ICC standard for them to be inspecting those demolitions. And so if residents don't know that they're supposed to get those permits in for that type of work, then there's possibilities where we're having infrastructure in the ground that shouldn't be there after they've taken it out. So that's just a hazard in the future. So we've gone ahead and added that $50 fee, and the $50 we got it from just basing it off of what we currently charge for standard plumbing permits.
So a variance application fee, is that residential? Like say I want to go from a 6-foot fence to an 8-foot fence, I have to go pull a permit. Is that what this is? Something like that?
Yes, I believe so. I'm not sure if that was the subdivision.
Yes, so the BOA handles more towards building, and if it was a zoning variance, that would be the public works.
So this $150 now, anytime our residents want to add a back porch or anything like that, we're going to crack them for another $50.
It would be more so to offset the time that the building department is processing that application, because they have to look at their plans, they have to go back and forth in terms of the revisions that go through that. So it's more towards the process of our staff taking that as well.
How many hours are y'all spending?
Well, that's the building department,
what's the cost?
but just in terms of civils, which is the process that we're going to be discussing next, it can go anywhere from 3 to 4 submissions. So I assume that the building ones kind of go along the same sides as well, and that may be where they're having to discuss with the fire department as well in terms of their codes, and that's a lot of communication back and forth, and a lot of communication with the residents as well that are applying. So
I got a concern.
Mayor Pro Tem. So to address, in my going on 4.5, 5 years here, I think we've only had maybe 2 BOA meetings. It's very rare, but it requires a meeting, which requires staff time. Generally speaking, all of our user fees are meant to recover staff time and cost. The rationale being you charge a user fee so you don't burden taxpayers.
The other
So-
thing I would want to mention is, a lot of these fees haven't been changed since I've been here, which is at least 10 years, and some of them for like 25 years, some of these ones. Now, this one in particular, I couldn't see the last time it was, but I know it's been at least 10 years.
Well, on that note, I will go ahead and let Susie
So
present.
this 150 though, it's for any time somebody I want to make sure I'm thinking right. It's any time somebody requests anything to have done that they have to have a permit for, right?
No. A variance is requesting an exception from an existing code, which requires a meeting of the Board of Adjustments. The Board of Adjustments functions kind of as a court. So they hear the case, and again, it requires staff time to conduct that hearing. Yeah. So no, not every time somebody gets a permit.
Well, we're good.
So, down here. So just to continue with that, some of those other development fees that are towards more so the planning and zoning department. First of all, we have the zoning change. Currently, we have 2 different versions of that. We have a 0 to 10 acres and anything greater than 10 acres. We're proposing to get rid of that completely. So we're just going to have 1 flat fee in the minimum. So that would be a 200 per acre situation with an 800 minimum. And we decided to do this because when we were comparing our pricing to other cities, just from first look, it looks like we're on the higher end. But when you take into account how much land we
have left, it's not a lot. And some of these cities have parcels on top of that. So again, just to add on to that process, it does take us a different amount for each application to look through that. And zoning typically is one of those processes that take much more time than any other. It's not as simple as a plat. So it's a lot of work that goes into it, and currently we're not offsetting our price in staff review time for that. So we do recommend that, as well as adding a civil plan review. We currently don't charge anything for that. Civil plan review, we have a development review committee, and that consists of various departments. So that is anywhere from public works, water, environmental, fire, and building code. So it's a lot of different staff that have to take their time to review this, and it's a lot of back and forth with the developer as well. So we definitely do think that it's time to implement that, to offset that as well. Almost every other city is charging this, so I do think that that is appropriate in our time. And to add to that, we are proposing a renotice fee. So for any public hearing, we have to give out a notice to either P&Z as well as City Council, and that is through just normal letters, but the one that really charges is the Star Telegram posting. And Janice can tell you, she gets the bill on those. They can range anywhere from a minimum of $1,000 to $4,000, just depending on how long text is in length. So we definitely keep Star Telegram in business in regards to that. And it's a legal thing that we have to do that at minimum. And so we're thinking that if on the developer side, if they have to do any renotice due to their process, we think it's fair for them to offset those costs, because it's costing the city a lot of money currently, and we're not offsetting that. So we are proposing that. And so the zoning change would also include that renotice fee when applicable as well.
How much would you estimate that's costing the city per year?
For the renotices fees?
Yes.
Or, I don't have I don't know if Janice has
Just
more
ballpark.
insight in terms of the notices, because she handles both the public hearings for the P&Z as well as the city council.
Just a ballpark.
I would say probably 20, 25,000, roughly.
A month?
Could be more. No, a year. I thought you said annually. One thing we do is we advertise the P&Z and the council meetings, the public hearings at the same time, to save having to do it twice. So that does save quite a bit. Sometimes a decision will be tabled or whatever, and we'll have to actually go back and re-advertise. But for most parts, we can get both into one notice, and that does save a little bit.
Okay, so just to continue, some more additions to that would be an earthwork permit. And basically, that's a permit to excavate. You're basically setting it up for grading. And so this really does help the developer, but it also helps the community move that project much more quicker. And we do offer this currently when requested, but we don't have a formal permit or process application for that as well. So it's one of those things, again, if we're doing the work, we think that we need to have that application fee, since we are not currently offsetting that. And we're proposing $500 for that, plus $5 per acre, and that was per Rick's suggestion as well. The maintenance bond, it's currently instilled. It's something that we require. We require our maintenance bond in our inspection bond, but we're just proposing to include it into the fee study master fee schedule, because a lot of developers use that as a reference to know what they're going to be paying for. So I just think that would be an added bonus for them, so that when they reference the fee schedule, they know what they're looking for, and they're not just coming in line with that. The other one is a right-of-way / easement abandonment / vacation. process. We currently, one of those things that Randy was talking about that Rick just used to do on the behind the scenes portion, that's a very time consuming situation. And we're currently not assessing that fee either. So a lot of these additions are things that we don't charge, but our staff has to separate that time and accommodate that process, and it's a very time-consuming process, especially with this, because you have to deal with Tarrant County and different things like that, and many times with our engineers as well for that. And a right-of-way / easement abandonment, just for purposes of letting y'all know what that would exactly entail, is any time that the developer would want to use that land, but also relinquish the city from that. That would be that in that case. And then lastly, we have...
On that, so if the city had property that they called an easement, and somebody, and it was on, so let's say it's on my property, and there was an easement, and I wanted, and it wasn't being used, and I wanted the city to relinquish that easement, I would actually have to pay the city $300 to ask them to relinquish that easement? Is that what we're saying?
So many of these times, in reference to this, the easement would belong to the applicant, and they would relinquish that. So it would just be the developer trying to get that easement to be usable in that sense. And I don't know if Randy, you can add on to that.
I think in your case that you're asking is, would he have to pay that $300 fee to get that property if the city was willing to let him have it? I don't. Gabe, is that?
Yeah. So if I understand correctly, there are some times when a property owner requests right away, requests the city abandon it. That is, it become private property. Yeah, so it's not active yet, but the thing that's came in my mind, so there, a local manufacturing company has potentially requested for an expansion to take some public right-of-way street for private use. We would charge them a fee because it incurs staff time and cost to get title. We'd have to get a fair market survey. It's not as easy as what you might think, because it incurs staff time to do that process. Ultimately, that's an action that's required by the city council. But the right-of-way abandonments and easements are few and far between. I mean, off the top of my head, capital projects I can think of, we've talked to an HOA, I think related to Knowles. Is that correct?
Yes.
Maybe with Cement Creek, the drainage project. So it's not a high frequency event.
So in terms of water utility and billing, that's going to be Abdullahi. But actually, hold on, I'm sorry. I think we skipped one, sorry. Or did you move it on here? I think one of our slides got deleted, but essentially the other one would be tap fees. Currently, we charge cost plus 15%. Like John mentioned on the fire hydrant meters, a lot of our equipment, a lot of the things that we're buying are going up in price just due to the economy and what's going on in world events. So we are proposing that for any new development that comes in, they would be required to get a licensed plumber to install those tap fees. The existing property, we would do that for them if they're only requesting one property. If they're requesting us to do it for more than 2 properties, then they would need to get a required licensed plumber as well for that. And just for purposes of the master fee schedule, we would also include that the tap and service is including up to the future meter / clear out. And then another thing is the municipal drainage utility system. We would propose $6 on residential and $3.97 per unit on commercial, and that was per comparing different cities, what they're currently charging, and per Kim's request on that as well. So sorry that slide did not somehow, technical issues.
Good evening, Council. Thank you guys for this opportunity. I'll focus on the water and utility billing. And based on our study, the first thing that we looked at was the service fee that is charged on new move-ins. We came to realize that Saginaw is on the lower end. We charge a service fee of $10 at the moment, and Watauga and the other cities that we looked at are all between $15, $20, and $30. The transfer fee as well, we are on the lower end as well. We currently charge $10, and the recommendation that is made is to bump that up to $15. On the late fees, we currently charge 10% on businesses, 10% of outstanding balance on businesses. But on commercial, we have a fixed rate, fixed $5 amount that we charge. And every city that we looked at has a 10% of the outstanding balance, both on commercial and residential. So the recommendation that was made on that was to bump up that, change it from the $5 to 10%, which will be on the residential account. The final account fee as well, we are $10 right now, and most of this recommendation is made to keep up with what other cities are charging. So the final account fee went from $10 to $15 as well.
So we're going to go, if a person's late, and this is a residential, so let's say if I'm late, I'll go from $5 to now it'll be 10% of whatever my bill was.
That's correct. We found that $5 is really not a deterrent. I mean, we see, I can't give you a percentage, but they're the same people every month just continuing to pay late at $60 a year. I guess that's part of their budget. So our average bill is about $103. So instead of $5 a month, it would be about $10.30. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And about what percentage of Saginaw people are late?
This last year, we assessed 4,234 penalties. So that's over a 12-month period. We've got about 8,000 accounts. It's too late for me to do the math in my head. But that gives you an idea, yeah.
So wouldn't we be losing money by bumping it up to 10%? I mean, if they're comfortable paying the $5, that's extra money for us, right? At $5?
Correct. I mean, the idea is to give people an incentive to pay their bills on time.
Yeah. Does that cost us money for them to not pay their bills on time?
Yes, it does.
There's $5 on average, $10.
Well, I'm just saying, if we're happy, collecting $60 a year times 4,000 penalties, good for us, But if we bump it up to 10% and they're paying their bills on time, now we've lost them that money.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, and then we also looked at the garage sale permit. Currently, it costs the city, I believe, $5.66 to purchase these permits, and in turn, we turn around and sell it for $5 to the residents. The city is not making money on that, so they thought it would be a good idea to go up to $7 per permit.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
We're not making money, we're actually losing money. Yeah.
What do we
even at $7, are we losing money?
No, it's currently costing us $5.66 for the 3 signs, and that doesn't include the cost of staff time. So that's why we were proposing to put it up to $7.
Why are we giving them signs? They can buy their own signs.
That was a decision made a long time ago, just because it was hard to determine if everybody puts up their own signs who actually has a permit. It was determined a long time ago that we are only going to allow 2 per year because we had some people in neighborhoods having a garage sale every weekend. We were trying to avoid that. So we have a standard sign that they come in. We make sure that they've not done more than their 2 in a year. Staff keeps track of that. And then they have the official looking sign so that we know that they've followed the procedures.
How many people in taking all these things have I about this and just don't have a yard sale without telling?
I don't know. I know that we sold 577 garage sales signs last year.
I think it's under the parks.
But I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there are people that put up signs that aren't.
Does that,
And just,
Yeah,
I see him. I'll ask the question. Just
Does
out
that
of
include the
curiosity,
state?
who polices whether they do it every weekend? If you see somebody that does a garage sale every weekend, who takes care of that?
When they come in and follow the rules, we keep track of that.
I'm talking
But,
about the
I
ones
mean,
that
I guess
don't.
it's code enforcement probably goes around and pulls out signs that aren't the official signs that they got a permit for.
So the only way you
And
would
do
get
they-
them is somebody would have to report them.
and do they cite the residents that is having the garage sale?
I don't have the answer to that.
I think they just get educated on the process. There's truly some that don't know. A lot do. You just reiterate to them they need to follow the city's process, the ordinance.
And so does that $5.60 include the stakes that they use to put up those garage sale signs?
No, it's just the yellow sign.
We don't provide the stakes?
No.
So the little
Okay.
red ones that says yard sale, those are
Not real.
illegal?
Yes. Ours are bright yellow. You can't miss them.
Well, I know, I see the red ones.
Oh,
all
yeah.
over.
No. Okay.
All right, and the meter testing accuracy fee, I believe that's conducted by a third party, right? And what we currently charge, the amount of $35 is way less than what we get from it. So the recommendation that is made is to go up to $75, as most of the cities, the cities that we looked at, they are way above the $35.
Why? Yeah.
It's the accuracy of the meter. If a resident challenges our meter and they want it pulled and tested after we've run a profile on it and saw what their usage was and showed them, and they still want that meter pulled and tested, we send the guys out, we'll pull it, we take it to an independent company or take it to Atlas, they send it off, have it bench tested, send it back, we put it back in.
So, what, I'm okay with that, with one stipulation. What if we send it off, have it tested, and the meter's back?
I've never had one in my 35 years.
But it's,
And I believe in the policy, they only get charged if it is accurate. If it's not accurate,
Yes.
they're not charged, and we replace the meter. And this happens very, very infrequently. Not very often, right, Randy? Like,
Not very often. I mean, Bubba, it's maybe one in a blue moon. We hadn't done one in a while.
most times they have a water leak in their sprinkler system.
Most of the time with these new meters now that we are putting in, you can profile it, and you can show them, hey, at 2 o'clock this morning, your water sprinkler went on. Huh? I don't have it set, So we're able to prove the usage is going through the meter, so most of the time that nullifies it.
Usually stops it. Okay.
That's all I'll have.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council. My name is Jerry Young, and we covered 3 different departments. It was myself and Kevin, and starting out with the Animal Services and Adoption Center. Their impound fee and boarding fee, they'd like to see an increase of $15 per day. It was originally $10.
Why are we charging $15 for an impound fee?
I don't even know what an impound fee is.
Well, I mean, if the Animal Services goes out and there's a dog or whatever running around, no collar, no tags, no nothing, they're gonna pick them up and take them in. We ought to be charging them $50 plus $10 a day for boarding them.
Well,
I mean, break
this-
them a sucking egg somehow.
For some reason, I thought it was $25, because I remember this has been 20 years. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, $15 a day, I'd board my dog at the animal shelter instead of taking it to boarding.
Jerry, keep going. We're in dangerous territory.
Understood. This was just an attempt to recoup some of the costs of boarding the animals, and
Are
just.
we breaking even on them? I mean, all joking aside, that seems awful cheap, so.
So here's the thing with animal services. He'll get into it with adoptions. You're likely never going to recover your cost. If you were to charge full cost for adoptions, it'd be pretty excessive. The goal is to move animals in and out as quickly as possible. Because animal services does a good job and we're trending towards a no-kill, they're always full. So it's a tough situation.
Let's don't talk about killing them. Just keep going.
And the animal quarantine fee, they like to see it increase to $130. It was originally a $100 flat fee. Of course, this is only if the animal needs to quarantine in our facilities.
Now, is this like if it bit somebody and quarantining it to make sure it don't have rabies?
Yes. Correct. Yes.
And how many days does this cover?
I believe it is a 10-day period for testing.
Okay.
10 days. Does that cover your?
That doesn't cover the $15 impound fee. And besides, 150 is a nice round number.
$15 $130? Well, this is one of those things we prefer them to go forward.
One other thing.
Keep going, Jerry.
Well, there is also, they do have the option of quarantining the animal within their residence. I believe that is something that is that they typically do if they're able to avoid the cost of the fees. Just moving on to the owner surrender. They like to see that increase to $75 from the $50 flat fee. Compared to the last calendar year, we are already more than halfway to the point that we were for the entire calendar year last year. So they want to increase the cost to kind of maybe slow down on some of the surrenders.
And this is for residents only? We don't take owner surrender from other?
I don't have that directly in front of me at the moment. I can get you an answer on that. From my understanding, I believe that it could cover additional cities because we also provide animal services to
Blue
the
Mound.
neighboring city, Blue Mound.
So I'm okay with Blue Mound and Saginaw, but if it's anybody else, cut them off.
Yes, ma'am.
So I have a question on this. If we raise our fee from 50 to 75, is that going to give people bad habits to just they're going to turn their dog loose out on the street?
Sure they will. Most of them do that anyway.
I know. I'm just.
I know. I understand. I got you.
So is there a penalty for if they release their dog, if the dog is chipped or dog is
They can get a
tagged or
fine,
the
can't
cat?
Don't they get a fine?
Then they get fined?
It would, or I'm sorry.
So they could get fined if we can prove they did it intentionally. We find the animal and it's chipped and whatever. I mean, that's what they're going to come back with, is that got out of the house accidentally. They've been looking for it, can't find it. So trying to prove that they intentionally released is pretty difficult to do.
Charge them 50 up here.
Possibly.
Continuing on, the euthanasia requests is they are requesting a $10 increase on this fee. This is to be more in line with the neighboring cities that we've studied. Saginaw was on the lower end for this. And finally, the live trap replacement fee. They'd like to see an increase of $25, so the fee go up to $100 from its $75. Most of the traps now cost roughly $89.99, and that does not include the price of shipping and handling. So they'd like to at least recoup the cost of having to purchase another trap.
So this is just if I go borrow one of your traps and destroy it or something, right?
Yes.
We loan the traps out to the citizens free of charge, right?
We do loan them out, yes. And then if they're returned in good condition, then that doesn't require, yes.
Do we charge a deposit for the traps?
I believe there's a $7 deposit, and if it's returned in good condition, then the deposit is returned.
Does that mean all the poop and everything cleaned out of it is then returned in good condition?
I'm not sure if it extends to fecal matter.
There's usually water on the bottom, so when you pick them up, the poop just falls out.
Keep going, baby. Keep going.
Understood. Moving on to the Parks and Recreations, the North Pavilion. They'd like to see that there is an increase in the cost of a reservation. The reservations are 3-hour increments. They'd like to see it move to $40 as opposed to the original $30 for residents and $60 for, I'm sorry, I have that backwards. $80. I'm sorry, okay, yes, my page is outdated. $80 for non-residents and $40 for residents, which is a $10 increase for residents and then a $20 increase for non-residents. This is due to the fact that there is a new disability access park, and it's increasing the traffic, so they'd like to see the fees increase for this as well. And a deposit, they'd like to see the rec center move towards a deposit schedule. What happens is people will reserve the rec center for a large period of time, typically more than 7 hours. Currently, it's only $100 for a deposit. They're supposed to clean up when they're finished with the rec center. Most of the time, the $100 isn't enough to make them clean up after themselves. So they'd like to see a deposit schedule implemented where if you rent for 1 to 6 hours, you're charged $150. If you rent greater than 7 hours, you're charged $250 just as a deposit. This is to incentivize people to clean up after themselves after major events where they rent out our rec center.
Why wouldn't we just put a standard $300 deposit? It doesn't matter how many hours they rent it.
We feel like after speaking with Vicki, I think that a $300 deposit, or we landed on the idea that a $300 or greater deposit required for the smaller hour increments would deter them from wanting to rent our facilities.
Wow, they're going to get a deposit back as long as they clean it up.
True. Well, with the comparison of other cities, I believe that the 1 to 6 hours was more in line with just other cities' deposits. Period. So this was the number that we landed on.
Can we put in a contract? I mean, because I know that this is a problem. People not cleaning up after themselves. Can we have a $200 or whatever it is, $100 deposit with the stipulation if you don't clean it up, we're going to charge you an
We have done that before. If on the really egregious violations that we've billed people.
So that is in there. But I know like when you rent a hotel room nowadays or whatever, they've got your credit card and they say if you tear it up, they're gonna give you hard.
I haven't looked at the contract. I don't know if it's in the contract. I know we aren't going to we don't have that capability of automatically charging. We actually have to send them an invoice for them to pay.
Moving on to the rec center 2-room rental, we actually, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. How much of a problem, because I've heard, the reason I keep hearing, because I've actually heard anecdotal, not actual hard data, that this happens a lot with a lot of our rental things, that it gets left trashed, and we have to clean it up. So, you said this is the first time in quite a few years we looked at this. I mean, should we come back in 6-7 months and we look at this and see if it's changing habits, or if we need to up it or do something?
I think on this one, it's been 10 years since it's been changed. So that could be a good strategy. We could get some feedback from the rec center folks and see if this has made a difference.
I also know that we've, at the community center, there's some people that are allowed to use it for free. It's just an agreement between the city and the organization. And the Saginaw Thursday Quilters, I went in one day and there was pizza all over the counter, all over the stove. They just trashed the place. And, you know, I just don't think it's right that they get to use the facility for free and then not clean up after themselves.
I'll take note of this, and I'll be sure to discuss it with the department heads. Yes, ma'am. For the rec center 2-room rental, they'd actually like to see a decrease. Currently, the senior center is a part of the rec center, so they want to kind of offset some of the costs of only being able to rent at least 2 rooms because the 1-room rental is currently not available with the senior center, being a part of the rec center. And finally, the gym stage facility, they would like to see this fee kind of get moved more in line with the other fees that are part of the rec center, which is a $20 gap between non-residents and residents. So they'd like to see it dropped for residents to $40 and increased for non-residents to $60. Yeah.
And I have a question on the pavilion before we move on. It's summertime. People like to get together, family reunions that are coming up. How do we know that the people that are using these pavilions have actually rented them? My concern is that I rent this for the pavilion for my husband's birthday, and then I get over to the park and, you know, this family is just taking over it.
You're given a receipt whenever you go reserve the pavilion. We give you a receipt. And we say you take this with you to your reservation, because if somebody's there, they can be removed. And if we ask them kindly to leave, and if they don't leave, then we call the police.
Well, again, what's my incentive to rent it if people can use it for free?
If somebody just walks up there and starts using it, how can we control that unless we have staff down there?
Okay. Continuing on to the final slide, which is code enforcement, building inspections, which is actually my home department. We would like to see an increase in the rental registration up to $100. It is currently a $75 flat fee. The reasoning behind this increase is that the program is continuing to expand. We are eventually going to have another full-time inspector within the program that is dedicated solely to residential properties, and then an inspector that is dedicated to the apartment units.
So I've been actually waiting on this. To me, the citizens shouldn't have, this shouldn't be a burden on them. The people who own the rental properties, the total cost of this project should be divided out over the rental, people who own the rental property. So if it's gonna cost us, say, $200,000 a year, and we got 60,000 rentals, you take the 200,000 divided by the 60,000, and that's what they pay. That's the way this should be written in my opinion.
What I'd also like to see is, do we penalize people if they fail their inspections?
We only penalize people if they fail an inspection that has, for example, if we go out and conduct an inspection, we issue the correction items. If we go back to that property and it fails for the same correction items, we then issue a fee of $50 for a reinspection.
I think that needs to go up. I would like to see if we have someone who owns a house and they pass every year and you have no issues with them, I'd like to see them get rewarded for that instead of penalized by raising the rates on them.
Something like if they pass 3 years in a row, then maybe they only get inspected every other year.
Every other year, or only have to pay every other year, or something along that line.
They currently once they pass their initial inspection, they get put on a biannual inspection calendar, so they only get inspected every other year.
Do they have to pay every year, or do they pay every other year?
They do pay every year because at any time the tenant or property owner could request that an inspection is conducted, and that's a part of the service that comes with the fee.
Well, and this is a complaint that I've heard from not many, but a few people who rent. They said, we've been in compliant, our property's always well taken care of. Maybe it's not perfect, but I don't know. I mean, and they're Saginaw residents. Maybe we leave them at 75 and put everybody else that's non-resident up to 100.
To me, my only stipulation is that it's self-supporting, self-sufficient.
I agree, but at the same time,
I agree.
I'm trying to help.
The Saginaw person, they can figure that out. I just don't want me having to pay.
But if they're compliant with the rental program, I don't want to. I want to give people an incentive by rewarding them for doing something right, and maybe other people will fall into line.
It's definitely something that I can discuss with Larry. We've never heard this perspective on it, so.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that is the end of our presentation. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank you for all the work you've done on this. It was it was a huge undertaking, and they are doing their regular jobs too. So it was really nice
Thank you
job.
all very much.
And we appreciate it. It's just we like to ask questions.
I know it's late, but we've got one slide, and this was something that y'all asked for at the last meeting. We brought up the topic of increasing the senior exemption. The initial recommendation was the $70,000 to raise it $20,000, and so these are just some options for you to consider. If you were to raise it by $20,000, which was the initial, that would be a $70,000 exemption. The estimated savings for a senior would be $335,000, and then the cost to the other taxpayers would be $12.07.
That's per year, right?
Yes, that's a year.
I say we go with the 100,000.
So those are some options for you to consider. I want to remind you that this decision has to be made